visible. People can hear you, but they can't see you.
Well, that's
Oh, sweet.
that's
So
good
don't
for
fucking
them.
say any shit, guys.
That's good for them.
Like what?
Yeah, and don't forget, if you start running into technical issues, or if things drag on beyond that 3 hour mark or whatever, you can always leave it on a cliffhanger since now you're locked into every Sunday. You can always leave it on it to be continued if you need to.
Yeah, we'll roll with it.
Cyberpunk Uncensored.
I apologize for any background noise you may hear.
How dare you?
You're fired. All right, you're live. Everybody can see you now.
They
Take it from
can't see
here.
me.
GM Reservoir Panda.
Hey guys, how you doing? It's Matt, aka Reservoir Panda, and we are here after a little hiatus due to yet again technical issues. With our next in our series of Choombas, our actual play Cyberpunk RED game on the Cyberpunk Uncensored channel. So we have a lot of fun to get through, so I will be nice and quick. I'll tell you to obviously do all the things that everyone asks you to do. So find every single social media channel in existence and like and subscribe on them, please. That would be very, very much appreciated. And you'll get loads of awesome content, plays not just from myself, but also various one shots, Rob's ongoing games, lots of rules breakdowns, other helpful material, GM tips, anything you can think of to do with Cyberpunk Red will be on that channel. So check it out as soon as you get a chance. And the links are all in the Discord, uh, on the Discord and in Twitch as well. Um, so let's go around and quickly, before we pick up where we left off, let's do some introductions. So let's start with Hijack. Who are you and who's your character?
Hey there, guys. I'm Jedi of the Gray. I go by Hijack in the game. I am a net runner. Young and pretty cocky. A little twitchy. Overall, he's seemingly starting to trust this group of guys that he's working with. They've been having some fucked up situations happen to him, but they seem to manage to pull out in the end. So that's kind of good for his wallet, he's thinking.
Cool. And next, our resident drug pusher, pharmacist, trauma medic.
Oh, hey, hi. Trauma medic, also known as the doctor, aka I possibly might need a new hand. I hate that guy. What he did to us last time.
Hey, he was nice.
He shot my hand, my cybernetic hand.
And
Ouch.
say that like there aren't worse things he could have shot.
Okay, to be fair, that is actually pretty accurate. But my cybernetic hand.
Oh, Diddles, I'm sure you'll get a chance to buy a new one today if you want. Okay, and
Okay.
Burrows, who's your character?
Can't hear you there, brother.
Burrows,
Thanks. I had my I got it. You guys got me now? I have my mic muted.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm Burroughs Forge. I play Locke, who is a tech here at the in Cyberpunk. He's been kind of mixed up a little bit with some AI lately. Actually, over the last few years, really. And he is now with these characters here in Night City, trying to figure out what his next move will be. And I guess that's what he's doing.
Awesome. So nice quick introductions, and we will pick up right where we left off last time. We do have one more player who I think might be with us. He's just having some technical issues. He may or may not drop back in. We will have to see. So, after extensive investigation and pursuits through the streets of Night City and then the sewers of Night City, our little group of intrepid wannabe heroes had tracked down a vicious individual committing some horrendous crimes and who needed bringing to justice. Along the way, they'd acquired a few minor cuts and bruises, shall we say, but nothing too life-threatening. But they ran the guy down to what appears to be the end of the line for him, his base of operations, which was an old, abandoned a few years ago now, orphanage. And there were some difficulties, but there now appears to be a standoff of sorts. Combat has very briefly paused, could pick up any second, depending on how things go. And one of our group has just uncovered some information, which he was trying to share with the group just as we had our unfortunate technical cutout last week. So we may get to that. And our resident solo, Heil, was down on the floor. And our medic has called in trauma team's assistance to come and pick him back
That's
up
right.
again. So I think that covers it. So we shall pick back up. I will move you over to the correct map, and we will go from there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He kind of forced my hand to call upon the cavalry. That's what it was. Yes, call on the cavalry.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Sensible measures. There we go. You guys should be moving across the right map now.
I'm back, y'all.
Welcome back. Give me a shout when you see the map come up.
I see something.
Yep, I see where I am at.
Cool. Okay. So, there was a little bit of crowding on the stairs. And just as a brief reminder, we had Hijack has just come out of, or he was next to the sort of administration office, and just rifled quickly through the servers of this defunct facility and pulled out some information which I believe he wanted to share with people. Heil just taken a hell of a kick to the chest after being the only person, I think, who successfully landed any shots on this opponent. We have, let's see, we've got our tech was waiting at the top of the stairs to carry out a little martial arts ambush. That didn't quite happen, but at least you used your lightning reflexes to dodge the grenade which was sent your way. So that's always useful. It was only a flashbang anyway, not the end of the world. So yeah, we're currently in a bit of a standoff situation.
Oh, yeah, and I also have this guy's bad breath in my face. That's always a fun one, too.
You do indeed. So you know what you've just done. I believe you've done it sort of in your pocket secretly had just snapped the trauma team um, emergency beacon that you were provided with as part of one of your previous payments.
Yeah.
And you have a heavily breathing, towering, humanoid individual, but heavily armored and covered in some sort of material which is clearly designed to sort of mask his outline and aid stealth, screaming in your face, Trauma. You're kind of getting the brunt of it. So yeah, Plague is currently getting both barrels as this hulking figure just shouts down at you. Why couldn't you just leave it alone?
From what we saw, it looked like you were the one kidnapping the kids. Obviously, we thought this is wrong. And you didn't stop to actually give us a, hey, tell us what the hell's happening.
So go.
So hearing all this going on,
Oh,
Hijack
Blacklink's
would
not
yell
being
up the stairs.
stealthy about this. This is a full-out yelling wise.
Yeah. Hyle, I realised that you weren't with us last time round. At the minute, you are sort of slumped, semi-conscious against the wall at this guy's feet. You were there were lots of shots taken at the group. You were the only one that he went for with serious force because you were the only one that was currently able to actually land any shots on him.
Okay.
So he put you down. You can probably talk. You're not necessarily fully coherent.
All right. Well, in that case, just for roleplay's sake.
So as soon as I hear Kyle say that, it's like, how am I going to carry him now with just one hand? I show him with the one hand.
You do know that you don't have to necessarily carry him anywhere.
I know, I'm just basically prolonging this guy's fight from him. Actually, I'm just basically, I'm just trying to make him feel slightly guilty for this.
I don't care. Just get out. Forget you were here. This is none of your business. Hijack, if you at any point want to volunteer the information that you have, then you can do.
Yeah. So after hearing all this exchange, while he's kind of venturing around this network, he's gonna yell out to his pals, assuming that that no more shots have been fired and stuff, and he's hearing them exchange these words. He's just gonna be like, guys, I think we're in the wrong here. This shit's not what you guys think. BDs are fakes. Like it's gonna take me too long to just fucking explain in this really tense ass situation. So I think it'd be best if everybody just kind of cools down and let's fucking think about what we're doing here.
Listen to the geek, but get out of here. You've ruined this place already. It's compromised.
And so
don't do any more damage.
I'm gonna whisper into my mic and say, like, I mean, regardless of whether they're fake or not, isn't he still stealing these children from their parents?
Hijack
I just
will
heard him in the next room.
respond, and he's gonna be like, those parents aren't good people. I don't want to get into it right now because like there's a lot here that I'm gonna have to fucking process. But long story short, those parents were not good people. These kids were being stolen. What it looks like. Parents, they paid a lot of money for specific kids, and I'm not going to get into it any further.
This guy could have killed us a few
My
times.
only question is
I
that
have a
over the
feeling.
mics, basically?
Yeah, this is over the mic.
Black Play's gonna take a side. You better get out of here, buddy, because I don't know what your name is, but Trauma Team is gonna be coming soon.
You drag him out.
No, I'm telling this to the actual Sasquatch guy in front of my face.
Go take your friend. I can sort this. Just get him out of here before Trauma Team come in and blow everything apart.
The most I could do is basically go outside of your building.
Fine, it's Trauma Team. They don't care as long as they pull the body out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna shout down the stairs and say,
Basically.
okay, I'm coming down. I'll pick him up and go. And I'll keep my eye on the guy because he's still on the stairs, right?
Yeah, he's still on the stairs, but if you guys look like you're making moves to get out, then he won't go down the stairs. He comes up and he stands between you and the door that you heard movement from behind earlier.
No, this in the screaming children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I'll head down the stairs then, and I mean, I think we just got to trust. Yes, we got to trust each other. So I'm gonna grab. I'm just gonna say over the mic. I hope you know what you're doing. To hijack, and I'm gonna pick up Scrag and pull him outside, or carry him outside, I guess.
All right, I won't fight you on that.
I'm just
Not
going to
like
go
I
ahead
can.
and copy the data I found onto a memory card and before I jack out.
Oh yeah, you've got you already copied everything.
Okay,
and
cool.
You basically have everything that was in there.
Perfect.
Fortunately, it wasn't the most complex system, so it was just a matter of data dump for you.
So I'm gonna once I hoist him up and we're starting to walk out, I'm gonna turn back to that guy and say, if we found you, other people can find you. There's a pretty big bounty on your head.
Yeah, you fucked that up.
Well,
so now I have to move to my next phase.
Well,
thanks for that.
You seem to be so good at brain dance. Why don't we make a brain dance of us killing you? That way you can disappear. We can collect the bounty, and you won't have people after your tail.
Good idea, little man. Good idea. And he nods to his wrist. You can see that he's got some form of agent mounted there, and a little hologram pops up, and it's probably not an actual video feed of a person, but it's a female figure, sort of blue lit, that just pops up there and says, "Yeah, we took care of it, so get out."
This guy clearly wants us to leave, guys. Oh wait,
Yeah,
I'm conscious. Never mind.
So do we? So you got that?
Oh, I knew this guy was wanting us to leave. I'm
gonna hold my hand out for a chip.
Okay, she's pretty interesting.
I was going to say you should be able to see. I think I've fixed the issue I was having last time
Oh,
around.
like that
You
little
should be able to
Cortana.
see. That's the image that pops up. So you have an idea that probably it's an avatar that someone's using rather than how they actually look. But yeah, that's who's talking to you from his wrist.
Okay.
You can
So how are we
hear
gonna get this?
now the sound of AV engines approaching, and
Yeah.
and bits of sporadic gunfire because you are not in the nicest part of town.
Yeah.
You are
So,
in one
Yep.
combat zone.
so I'll run with Hijack out or with Scrag out of the building, and then I'll say over the mic, Hijack, why don't you talk to him and see if we can get some kind of brain dance of him dying so we can collect on this bounty and get the heat off of him. That's if he's really doing what you're saying he's doing.
He'll just reach out over the mic and respond, saying, It's not going to be. I don't think he can just pop it up that quick. I think that's something they might have to. I don't know if
But
they
you
do
got a
this.
gun, right? Record shooting him in the face or whatever it is. Get the brain.
You guys,
I don't have a video recording device, though. Does anyone?
He's got one.
Okay. Well, shit.
A
All right.
video of
I don't. I'm gonna basically, guys. I'm gonna go out before you guys, so at least it reduces the amount of shots here.
Yeah, I mean, I am heading out with Scrag, and we're having this conversation on the headset.
You've got some as you're passing by. You probably get close enough. Both Plague Heil and let's see, Forge are close enough as well. So sorry, Locke is close enough as well. Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Is it perception or awareness? Whatever it's called.
Human perception.
No, the actual spotting things perception.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
actual perception. Okay.
Okay, so Heil, you're a bit out of things anyway, so you don't really notice this. But Plague and Locke as well, you realise that you noted before Heil had put a high caliber round right into this guy's leg. You were expecting it to be shattered, and you realise as you're going past him, the armor that he's wearing down there, his legs seem to be fully cybernetic, but they seem to have sort of ceramic plates built up over the top of them. And from what you can see, your sort of technical expertise tells you this is probably some form of like ablative reactive armor. It looks like on the leg which took that hit, essentially this armor has small explosive charges in it, which it uses to dissipate nasty impacts like that. That's really, really expensive shit. Like you don't find that on the streets.
Would Black Plague actually know of some cybernetics like that through being a installing cyberware into people?
Give me a cyber tech check.
Okay. $16, not bad.
You're aware that this sort of thing is potentially possible, but it's something they put on vehicles. You have never heard of this being implemented on human-sized armaments.
Okay.
I'm liking the look of that.
So if no one is going to antagonize anything any further, then you manage to safely get Heil out in time to meet Trauma Team. Like Plague, you're sort of waving around the triggered beacon.
Well,
So they
yeah.
know who they're coming for. And they, to be honest, I think most of you have taken some sort of damage, so they offer to pick up all of you since you're going to need medical attention.
I haven't been hit yet.
Yeah, you and Salvo are good. You went the other way. I think everyone else has taken some serious punishment.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm taking that ride.
You gotta love the hacker, the doctor, and the solo taking the beatings.
I went the other way to try to keep them from getting, circling back. Unfortunately, he didn't. So I just guess I made the wrong decision. But
No, it was a solid plan. There are no wrong decisions.
Oh, it was a smart idea that we totally did, but at the same time, he played us otherwise.
So as you're negotiating your way past each other and being very sort of, I'm watching you, you're watching me. Nobody do anything too dodgy, and we'll all get out of this alive. Fix, who's the small figure, the hologram appearing from his arm, does say, "Look, you guys have blown this operation now. So we will take care of it. You're going to get the credit for taking Wraith down. Just leave us be. Don't look into anything. And when we start phase 2, keep your noses out. You have the info now. You know what's going on, or you will do. Don't get involved."
how can we reach you again in case we need to speak with you? If we hear any heat coming down on you?
You hear a ping as your agent receives a contact. This is a burner number. If you need to contact us, drop a message here and we will get back to you.
Okay, noted. Because I don't know if I could actually be. Is it possible for me to actually read her actual personality-wise through a hologram?
You can have a try. I mean, someone is speaking to you. The fact that they're doing
Alright.
it through a hologram might make it more tricky. Doesn't mean you can't do it.
So what would the role
That's
go under?
human perception.
All right. I'm gonna point her into 3 luck.
Okay, go for it.
So 9, basically.
You've got no clue. You've got no cues, no facial expressions to go off. Well, there are facial expressions, but you have no idea whether they're related to the person you're looking at. And it's a difficult thing to do this remotely, so you just don't know.
Okay.
You may be able to trust her, you may not. Hijack says that he's got information which backs up their story, so that's the best you can come up with. So, as you guys all file out and pile into the AB that's opened up for you, you do notice that once you're all sort of exiting the building, the one who was referred to as Wraith, the one you've been pursuing, goes upstairs and you can hear his voice he's clearly speaking to what you presume are children in that other room that he wouldn't let you access. And you'll get whisked away for various urgently or not so urgently required medical treatments. So that takes some time. I think pretty much everyone who had taken serious damage, you're going to need the rest of the week to get patched up and then just rest up to get yourself back up to full health. Salvo and Locke, you guys were okay. You didn't take any significant or any damage, I believe.
Oh, question.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the week of the night market or no?
Yeah, the night market is at the end of the week. So those who took injuries, basically you're not going to get to do anything active in between now and then. If you wanted to, I don't know, make phone calls or go looking around on the net for things, then you can do that, I suppose. But it's going to be bed rest for most of you. Plague had done some excellent short-term work, splinting things and bandaging ribs and all sorts of tourniquets everywhere. But they were short-term fixes. Now it's time to let the professionals take over. Not that you're not a professional, but take advantage of the healthcare options that you have available to you.
What kind of permanent damage?
My only question is, I would want to argue of, since it was my cybernetic hand destroyed, would it be possible to get me just a regular one just to replace the hand until I get the actual legit stuff that I need to put back installed again?
I mean, the hand wasn't destroyed. You do have a helpful local tech, and I believe you have some cyber tech yourself. So between the two of you, you can probably put in a day or something, and it might have to be over the course of a few days because you don't want to strain yourself. You did get quite severely beat up, but you can get that put back together. It'll cost you a little bit, but that's fine. We will hand wave the medical costs because on day 3 of this, Hijack, I don't know how much of the further details in those files you will have shared by them, but when you're trawling around the net, then the latest screen sheet comes up and it tells you that the lunatic who was known as the Lullaby Killer has been there's been evidence provided of him being taken down by a group of well-meaning citizens acting in preemptive self-defense. There was a recording provided, and this is a clip is linked in the screen sheet, which shows the exact figure, Wraith, there. It's actually a completely different location. It's a section of the sewers that you were down in, and it shows a group of shadowy figures. You're not identified as such, but a group of shadowy figures coming round tag team style round a corner and happening across him, standing over a small child, and there is a deafening staccato of automatic fire amplified by the sewer tunnels, and suddenly he just gets shredded and falls to the ground. And one of the, again, obscured figures goes over, kicks the body a couple of times, checks for a pulse, and then the video cuts out.
Sorry about that.
You
So
then
how do we link
get
that?
you then
Go
get in the one of the accounts that you were using when you were looking around for information of this guy. You get a small message with nothing but an account number in it and a passcode. You access that, and you see that there is a brand new account there with one deposit, and it's clearly the amount which has come from the crowdsourced funds that were looking to remove this guy. So after all of your various medical and cyber repair costs and everything else, it shakes out to 12,400. Which is a nice little chunk of change for a good deed.
12,000.
Like, is that each or split among us?
That's between the five of you. I'm a generous and benevolent god, but
So, I mean, it's 20. It's almost 2,500 a piece, which isn't bad. It's 2,480, but assuming Hijack actually gives it to us, it doesn't pocket it. But
well, this is all down to your resident hacker. What do you do?
that's true.
He would split it up. He's not that big of an asshole. I'd assume he, if you guys don't have like some bank account already, he would just like set up some pretty low key account for you just to make it easier to split loot and shit.
There are
Y'all
cred
get it
chips
on
and
your...
things that you can arrange to pass the funds out however you like. And how much of the information that you uncovered on that server do you want to share with everybody? Or would you like me to run through it?
I would say he'd be pretty open about it. So if you wanna give him the rundown on everything, I mean, I've got it here, but
yeah, cool. So, quick summary of the information. Some of this was available at the time, and some of this is more Hijack digging through the documents over the next couple of days while he's recuperating. He finds out that I believe it was Sunny Meadows Nursery.
yes,
Was actually it was corporate owned, but they all are. However, this one was a little more sinister. Looking at the records, it seems that well-to-do would-be parents were essentially ordering children to specification from this company. So whether they had those children or not, they would go out, identify a child who matched the requirements, and then acquire them, either buy them off the parents or remove the parents. So in some cases, this was the parents met with a nasty accident. Sometimes the kid would go into hospital for something, and then the parents would be told that they'd passed away, when in fact they ended up in the orphanage. There were various underhand means, but this is why all the people that you were observing, those families that you tracked down, all of them seem to be living below what really should have been their sort of living standard. And that was because they paid large amounts of money to get the exact children that they wanted.
Did they treat
So-
the children bad? Like, we didn't observe them like abusing the kids or anything. Like, as far as we knew, the kids had a nice life.
There are further records to indicate that not all of them, but maybe a third of these kids ended up being sold to people who wanted them for specific, not very nice purposes.
Hmm.
But yeah, in all cases, even if they were treating the kids nicely, the parents were there were legal agreements making the parents fully liable for whatever action was taken. So the parents were fully aware that these children weren't just coming to them by chance, that they were being taken in this manner.
Weird.
Now, this came to light, although this operation has been shut down for nearly 3 years now. It came to light recently as a legal firm was hired to clean up the paper trail resulting from it, because things had threatened to become public, so it had been shut down in a hurry. And this was a sweep-up operation about 6 months ago now, where they decided to go back, tidy things up, clear up any loose ends, make sure nothing ever led back to them, and completely erase all information. One of the techs who was responsible for clearing up these net traces and any documentation was the person that you know as Fix. You don't have a real identity for her, but you gather that she works in operations for this legal firm. And when she found out what it was she was being hired to tidy up, she couldn't let it sit, because she saw what was happening to some of these children. She saw how they'd been obtained, and she got in contact with one of the former parents of these children, who had she dug around and found one with a record. He was in corporate special forces, and although unfortunately his child had passed away at the hands of the people who had purchased him, he was obviously invested in making sure the same didn't happen to other children. And they'd set up this scheme where where the children would be taken, and she would set up these forged files and release them as a cover for what was happening, so that it didn't get out and didn't tip off anybody involved, so that they might interfere with the operation.
So this was very personal for them, both of them.
Oh yes, very much so.
And still murdering the people who purchased the children. Like, that part wasn't fake, I would assume.
That was real, and that's entirely up to you how you want to judge that. They felt justified in doing it, but that doesn't mean it was right.
Yeah, I mean, they're child participating in child snatching, so.
From what we got, information, we got the part of they were kidnapping the children and forcing the children to watch.
That was, I think,
That's the one where it's like, nope, we need to kill them. That's triggered Black Flag.
But they weren't actually doing any of that. That was fake.
Yeah, it was the brain dance.
Those brain dances were complete forgeries. They were done to cover up
They were some deep
the
fakes.
fact that he was extracted.
Yeah, they were some very deep fakes in there.
Yep, they were covering up the extractions of the children to stop anyone asking questions, so that they could recover as many of them as possible before they got stopped.
Well,
Hijack
it just
also
means.
go on. Hijack also uncovers, and there was a brief mention, you could almost have missed it, to Phase 2. And Hijack does uncover some allusions to that in those documents as well. It turns out that the faked brain dances also carried a virus. So each one of those braindance chips with the very disturbing material forged on it carries a virus, which then allows the information from any device that it's been attached to be broadcast to a specific private server. Almost as if someone had produced these disgusting materials with the express intention of then hunting down the people who purchased them.
Oh.
So wait, how did little Timmy get away with that then? Now that I question that.
Because he's just selling them.
He's doing their job for him.
It's the end users that they're after. So if any high-profile people in Night City just disappear under mysterious circumstances in the coming weeks and months, you never know.
Oh no, it just
very dark
helps.
secret.
Now that we know that we could technically get Timmy to become a hitman without him knowing.
Okay. Yeah, I
From what
suppose.
information you just told us, it's like, wait, what?
I mean, yeah, there are more direct ways of doing things, but yeah, if you wanted to set Wraith on people and frame them as being child pornographers, then absolutely, that is a thing you could do.
Well, they did say they're going into stage 2, so they didn't give us any information of. They told us not to interfere, but to sell it, that's a totally different story. We're not interfering.
No, absolutely, I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
I think after laying out all that info, Hijack would just be like, "Look, I say we just wash our hands of this. They're doing their own thing. It might not be the best thing, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I say we just leave them the fuck alone. Wash our hands of this. We got paid. There's no point in involving ourselves further."
Well, you got paid, and you do have a contact for the future should you ever choose to change your mind and want to contact them for whatever reason. So, with that, we will skip forward through healing time unless there's something specific someone wants to do while they're laid with their feet up, waiting for bones to knit back together and their full blood capacity to be restored and so on.
Yeah, I'm going to do therapy, but I can roll for that later. But that's what I'll do with my week.
Do you want to go and do therapy, or you are going to get therapy done?
I think the latter.
Get therapy.
Can you describe how I was injured?
So Heil had, I believe, one hand shot straight through. His left hand, if I remember correctly. So that was a straight through and through. Took out a couple of small bones in it, literally straight through the palm. And had then had a massive cybernetic foot planted in his rib cage.
Okay.
So a lot of crush damage there.
So it's probably going to take him quite a while to recover.
Yeah, for the week you aren't moving around a lot.
Okay. So I won't be able to do anything additional. So.
I mean, if there's anything that you want to do that just involves speaking to people that you have, um, that you have phone numbers for, agent numbers for, you can do that.
Yeah, actually, I'll do one thing. I'll have to message you in private.
Yeah, cool. Go ahead and do that.
That base, the solo won't be able to do his workout as normal.
Well,
His
he
guns will be extra
survived.
clean though.
That is true.
Quite possibly. Okay. So we approach the end of the week. You're all sitting on a fair bit of cash now, and you know that Miss Han's night market is coming up. And I believe we had some requests for people to look into certain items, which is no promise that those things may or may not be there. But if we've got nothing further, then the day or the night of the market approaches.
I only have a second question for therapy. What would you have to roll for that? Because
It's like 2d6 or something, right? Or 1d6, and it takes that many
Yeah.
points off.
Therapy is detailed in the rules, but it depends on the intensity that you get, how much it costs, and how much humanity it restores.
Black Plague is a certified therapist.
But unfortunately, being
I just can't do it on myself, sadly.
yeah, and also being held up, needing that much medical intervention yourself, you're not really in a condition to then, with all the painkillers and things you'll be on, you're not in a position to be handing out therapeutic treatments to other people, unfortunately. But in the future, yeah, you can absolutely make use of that. Okay. So, the day approaches. The day before the night market is due, you were given a rough date previously. You knew it was end of the month. But as it gets to the week, Mrs. Hahn tells you it's going to be on Saturday night. She tends to not hand out all the details well in advance, simply because that's not a good way to keep your things secure. So she's not giving you a location or anything else, but she has now narrowed it down to the day for you.
Is it
Go on.
possible I could I could always go to Sally because I didn't get that badly shot up. But I would ask Sally if she could purchase something on my behalf at the night market.
It's a bit of an unusual request, but she'll listen to you.
So does this night market have a certain, like, what kind of people is she called? Is it entertainment? Chat's wondering if it's like entertainment or if it's cyberware, weapons. I guess they may have themes for night markets.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those.
Well, as you get closer, you will get these details. So when you get to the day before, then Mrs. Hahn comes to you, and in fact, she doesn't even come to you directly. You each get a message on your agent, which just tells you extremely good news. To all my wonderful patrons, this month's night market will be a special affair. This is Han's Midnight Bazaar. Within, you will find all that you could ever wish, weaponry, um, additional additional bits and pieces to make your armament stand out. Armor, if you want to stop other people's weapons doing you grievous harm. Cyberware, because everybody needs some new chrome from time to time. And of course, our usual fashion lines of the highest order will be available. And I believe Madame Rosalie is going to do readings.
She's gonna do what?
Readings.
Oh, fortunes.
If
Like
if
palm
you
reading.
yeah, if you want to give me some form of streetwise check or something,
I
you
was
know
just
more
about to ask if Streetwise would actually be. Do I take off the wound wise for now, or do I
No,
still
no,
keep
no.
the modifier?
No, you're not so wounded that you forget what you know.
I would hate to be that wounded.
Oh, I just wanted to know the modifier was on or not. That one.
Yeah. So, Locke, you're not sure about this, but the name Madame Rosalie rings a faint bell, which is strange because if she's just like it sounds like sort of fortune teller bullshit. But if that's what she is, then you probably wouldn't have heard about her. There's probably something more to her, but you don't know what it is.
Okay. Interesting. Hands Night Market.
Clay. You've heard a little bit more. Madame Rosalie dresses everything up as fortune telling. She does the old gypsy woman routine. However, she's actually a well-known and respected info broker. So if there is something, particularly within Night City, but anywhere there's a chance that you want to know, she's probably a good person to go and ask for the right price.
And it sucks that I can't go to the night market.
Why can't you go?
Why can't you go to the night market?
Oh, I can?
We're all going, man. Yeah,
Yes,
everyone's here.
everyone is going to the night
You're-
market.
You've been healing.
Okay.
You guys have been healing up the last week. You don't have any modifiers, and you are headed to the night market. We're going on a trip.
You're
then-
all healed up in time for the night market. You just didn't get, because those of you who'd taken injuries didn't get a chance to do anything additional that was, strenuous and required physical activity in the intervening week.
Then yes, I am happy. I can
So
actually get my shopping.
So I take it you don't need to speak to Sally and.
Oh no! I
ask her-
assumed that was
Right.
I was gonna miss the night market. That I was gonna ask her to get it for me.
Right, because I was like, oh my god, what are you going to ask for that you're too embarrassed to be seen purchasing yourself? It's something that comes in a brown paper bag. Doesn't need batteries. It's
No, it doesn't need any of those.
okay. Good. Right. So we are at the day before. You've all had your announcements telling you the rough contents of the night market, and that in fact this is going to be one of the rare midnight markets. So there may be the opportunity to purchase items you would normally never see for sale
Can for those of us who aren't familiar with how the rules and stuff work, what's the difference? I mean, obviously not me, but for everyone else who's watching, midnight market versus night market.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, a midnight market is, broadly speaking, the same arrangement as a general night market in Red. So a night market is where traders come, and it's where you obtain your higher end equipment. Anything that is above a certain level is not every day. Usually, you need to either go to a night market or go through a fixer to acquire, or both. You may need to get a fixer to go to a night market, depending on the level of the goods you're looking at. A midnight market is even more broad, so it might have more categories of items available, as this one does, and it may have more chance to have your really exotic items, so your sought after weapons, your high quality versions of things, your unique one off, never again going to be up for purchase opportunities can be had at the right price if you're looking.
Okay.
So it's the same setup, it's just there's more chance that some of the more unusual items might be there. Okay. So you're now you're on the evening before the night market, and you get another message from Mrs. Hahn, who you've not seen all day. She's obviously busy with her preparations. Throughout this last week, she's been around a lot less. Clearly, this is not setting up a night market or a midnight market. It's not a small endeavor. It's a big, big item in a fixer's calendar, and she wants everything to go perfectly. She has a reputation to uphold. So you're not seeing a lot of her. You all get another message come through. Be prepared. In 4 hours, you'll receive your instructions. 30 minutes from then, the market opens. Whoever gets there first gets first chance to buy. The rules are simple. Don't bring unwanted attention. That's it. Good luck. Happy shopping.
Yeah, we need Salvo for this one.
Yeah, definitely we need Salvo.
So we all got the text at the same time, or are we just hanging out at the apartment?
Yep. You all get this text. It goes out. It seems to be like a mass message. All the other recipients are blocked. You're sort of blind CC'd in there, but you all get the message at exactly the same time.
All right.
Salvo does seem to be getting a little bit excited. Like, Salvo wasn't originally that interested, didn't think there'd be much for him at the night market, but the intrigue has got to him. So he says he's going to go make sure that the van is fueled up and ready, and because you don't have a location, and it seems to be that getting to the night market, wherever it may be, is the first hurdle.
Trying to think of anything we could do in the next 30 minutes to get ready for it, but I mean, we have our combat cab driver too that we could have on standby possibly.
You do, absolutely. Well, you've got it's 4 hours. You will get 30 minutes notice. That you've got 4 hours until the text, which presumably tells you where the market is.
Actually, that might work, because
Do we have?
Mrs. Han's not here most of the time. We could always ask Sally little hints about it, but not actually get the actual legit area of where it is.
Hey, you want to chat Sally yet? Go for it. See if you can work your magic.
Is there any way to track? Could we track Mrs. Han too to find out where she's going?
If you want to try that, how would you like to go about it? Do you want to try and slip a physical tracking device on her? Do you want Hijack to be trying to track down her location?
I'll give it
I
a
don't know what
shot.
you guys think. All right.
I'll take a shot at the Sally route at this point.
Okay, so give me some rolls, people.
Is conversation would be a starter, correct?
Conversation is a good one if you want to try and. That's if you're trying to sort of have a casual conversation and get information out of her without her realizing she's giving it up.
That's
Yeah.
basically what I'm going to start at first.
I'm going to add 2 points of luck to this interface roll here.
Good, good.
Ooh.
Hey, that's about the best outcome you could get, though.
Is that
Yeah,
Out of that,
it's
negative.
a 9, so not bad.
Yeah, that's the best critical failure you could have. But yeah, you don't get slapped or barred from Sally's Alley, as it is now called. Thank you very much, chat, for voting on that one. But yeah, you don't get kicked out of the bar, but very quickly, Plague, you are not in your most subtle of states. Maybe you've taken one of your painkillers recently, and you thought you were being a lot more sly and circumspect than you really were. Sally sees through you as any trained bartender would do, and shuts you down immediately and tells you she is not going to give up the details of her aunt's market, and if you try again, then she will tell her aunt and let her deal with you.
Yeah, I will do the smart thing and slide my way out.
All right. Well, let's see how Hijack does, and then maybe I'll take a crack at it myself. Depending on how Hijack does.
Was that 2 points of luck you said you were putting
Yeah,
in?
that's a 13 on my interface.
Okay. So you actually do manage to get because you have obviously Mrs. Han's contact details, and you manage to take a look around and ping the surrounding. You spoof her number and set that from your cyber deck. You spoof it and connect to the local terminals, and then get yourself. You can't get live tracking, but you can get a history of when you've previously accessed those cells to backtrace it, and you find that strangely, that number that you have for Mrs. Hahn, the attached agent is in the building with you and has been there for the last 2 weeks and has literally not moved.
Yeah. Man, she's pretty
Yeah.
careful with that stuff.
Yeah, it's a dead end on my route.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a damn good idea, and I'm not saying there are things which won't work, but Mrs. Hahn knows her business.
She
I'm gonna try
is been around longer than us, so yeah, she's gonna know more skills than us.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna try
calling
and
her
chat up with
old?
Sally.
I'm not calling her old. I'm just saying she's wiser.
Nice save.
Not much better. But
Locke, you get a better reception from Sally. You are a little more subtle in your approach, and you just start with general conversation about your day, about what you've been up to, about you 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 try and sort of win her over with a little bit of vulnerability, talking about the fact that you've been going through some therapy recently to sort of help you acclimatize to the wear that you've got, and she shares with you that she's obviously, because Sally is, as far as you can tell, as close to like fully prosthetic as you've ever seen. No one's yet inquired or has information about how that came about, but it's seriously something serious generally has to happen for that to happen to a person. But yeah, she sort of she shares that she went through some therapy when she was younger, when she had to change bodies and everything. But then every time you try and steer anything round to her aunt or what's coming up at the end of the week, she politely deflects the conversation. She can sort of not necessarily completely tell what you're trying to do, but she's making it so she doesn't have to lie to you or outright argue with you. She's deliberately steering the conversation away to avoid those topics.
Yeah, it's clear she's not going to tell me, and I'm not going to push it. So, yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Anything else you guys want to try? You have 4 hours. This is probably taking about 20 minutes.
I'm gonna follow instructions and just wait for the text.
I'm gonna spend at least one of my hours to make some drugs.
Okay, go for it. I believe you have the. So, what are you trying to make?
I'm gonna make another stim pack or surge, whatever it was. The one that basically gives you a whole day to stay up.
Heal. Yeah, they're good to have on hand. So, yeah, go ahead. You can make your roll for that.
Okay. I'll spend my last bit of luck in here.
Okay. Hyla's taking the good boy route and doing as he's told.
I don't want to piss off the lady who controls the prices of the things we're trying to buy.
24. So, yeah, I actually do succeed at it.
Yeah, so you have your speed heal. Very good. Hyle has his integrity and his let's not piss off the landlord instincts. Very good also.
It was surge. That's what it was.
So, I think Hijack would try and talk to Salvo and ask him if his nomad buddies have any word of any shipments coming into the city tonight.
Good question. As it happens, although they're not aware of any specific shipments per se, they do note that there are. They've provided passage for a couple of, out of towners. So there's a guy called Samuel, who is a known weapons dealer, and him and his crew have been provided passage by the Nomads into Night City for the weekend. And it's a fair guess that a trader like that coming in might be coming for the midnight market. He's known as being a very reliable but straightforward dealer, and doesn't mess around with his prices, and has good stocks of the basics, but also some highly sought after pieces, which, if you've got cash, then very, very nice. But you have to have that money. And the special items that he has, some of them are very personal to him. So while they may be for sale, some of them may be at a premium unless you can convince him otherwise. So yeah, you have a little bit more information. That was a good read.
All right, I think he would kind of take that info and just be like, all right, well, that's not really enough to go on, so we'll just kind of leave it at that.
Well, it's better than nothing that we have a possible, hey, this might be there, along with we know who's the star, other than Miss Han.
True. But it's not really pertinent to helping us find where it's going to be at the next couple hours.
The worst case scenario is that we go out driving in Night City until eventually we get the text message and then just drive as quickly as possible to the actual area.
Well, I was thinking about calling Travis and seeing if he has a RAV4. And that way maybe we can get where we need to go as fast as possible. Obviously, we're going to have to pay for that if he does, but then we don't have to worry about sticking on the roads. So I'll give him a call.
So you ring him. Only takes a couple of rings before he picks up. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Travis, what are you up to today?
Couple of jobs, the usual circumstances. Don't divulge my customers.
Well, we might need a ride a little bit later today. But we might need something that's a little faster than your typical vehicle. Do you have access to a RAV4 or know someone who does?
I mean, I could break out the AV, but that's not cheap, my friend.
What's the price for something like that?
Well, that depends on where you want to go to and from, and how long you want it there for.
Well, it's probably just a one-way trip, and then we can always figure out the way back. We don't really need to. It's more about a hurry in getting there, not so much a hurry getting back. We have some place we don't know where we're going, but we'll need to get there fast kind of situation. But obviously, if I don't want to I want to have an idea of what we're looking at for a ride somewhere in, I'm guessing, here in Night City somewhere, not outside the city.
Okay, so within MC, that gives me a price range to look at. Point to point, barring combat expenses, then you're looking between 500 and 1,000. Just depends how far you're going and where you want picking up from. If you're starting or ending in combat zone, or you expect me to come in hot, there are extra expenses. We'll have to talk about those at the time.
All right, I'll tell him thanks and I'll let him know. And I'll let him know probably around this time. I might give him a call, but obviously I'll let you know. I'll let him know if we decide to go that route well beforehand.
Yeah, I don't have anything booked in at that time at the minute. If I get booked up between now and then, I'll give you a courtesy call.
All right, sounds good. So I'll let the party know then. It's between 5,000 or 500 and 1,000. Possibly a little bit more, assuming that it's around here. Excuse me. There might be a little bit more going into a combat zone, but if we split it 5 ways, it's not that bad. 250 credits a pop or something like that, or 200 credits a pop, maybe a little bit more. I mean, I'm willing to spend 500 if it means we can get there first, but I don't know how
if
everybody
get
else
us
feels
there
about that.
first, I'm willing to at least throw down 1,000 at least.
Yeah, so we could split the cost, and if it just happens to be a little bit more, I just want to give people 500 to 1,000 ballpark. Might be a little bit more than that, depending on what kind of comes up. But I do want to, if we want to go that route, I do want to book him and out of character, just because we also don't have Salvo here. I mean, it's not like he's going to be able to. Otherwise, they let him drive us around, and we have a good time with that. But with him not being here today, this might just be the best way to do it. But
yeah, absolutely can be.
So you guys think you guys want to pay that fee?
Yeah, I'm willing to fork up a little bit of money. I'm willing to grease some wheels.
Greg, what do you think?
I mean, I'll pitch in, but I'm not behind this plan.
What are you thinking then? Just to have Salvo drive us instead of taking our, because we're not breaking any rules. We just have to get there. We're going to use a RAV4 to do it. She didn't say. I mean, what are you thinking? Is it too expensive or?
I don't know. I just think it's kind of like skirting her rule. I don't know. Does it? I haven't been around long enough to know if that's something that she would expect someone to do.
Well, she said to get there, don't bring any unwanted attention. That's the only thing that was flawed.
Okay. Well, I guess go for it. I'll chip in my part. How much is my part going to be?
We don't know yet. It's going to be, could be 250. It could maybe be 500. We're not really sure how much, but right now we're looking at around 250 or so, depending on how it goes.
It definitely doesn't seem like there's no explicit rule against it that you've been told. The message was very clear. As long as you don't bring heat with you, it's good.
Yep, you gotta look the details in the wording.
Okay. All right. So I'll call up Travis then, and I'll transfer. I'll let him know. Like, I want to book that time. It may be that it turns out that we can't use him, but I will send him 250 credits or eddies as a deposit. And if we don't end up using him during that time frame, he can keep the 250. But if we need him, then we're prepared. To pay for his services on the RAV4 or the AV.
Okay, man. I appreciate the courtesy. Yeah, I'll book that time slot out for you. I'll have it ready to go.
Okay.
Do you know am I picking you up from your building?
A couple blocks away. We'll probably find a coffee shop or something that's nearby. I don't know if they should pick us right up from there, but somewhere close to here. Or should we get more central? I mean, I guess that would make sense to be a little bit more central, so it's a little bit faster.
Depending on what we're jumping into, I could think of a few places where we can get picked up where it's not going to be very suspicious.
Oh, it's just getting in our AV. I mean,
yeah, there are places if you want to meet somewhere that's relatively central, so that you have the best chance of a short route to wherever you're going. You can absolutely do that. I'm not gonna make you go through all the details of that. You can just
it's a central location.
Place.
Something around like 28 or D4. I think they're 04. central, so we can get where we need to go fast.
11. Where would be a good spot that we could basically get an AD and nobody's not going to bother us for it?
Yeah, you can find that. We'll handle that. So no worries. Right. So I think we're all set. We're ready to start with the run to the night market. So with that, we've had a request for a quick 5-minute break. If everyone wants to go grab a drink or take a bio break, whatever you want to do, and we will be back shortly to get on our exciting shopping episode.
Sweep.
Cool.
Woohoo!
All right, grab it.
Be back in about 5.
See you in a minute.
Just on a break. We'll be back soon.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. As I'm back too.
Prove it.
Asthma.
I don't know how to prove it other than saying I'm back.
Get a camera.
We already know that the camera doesn't want to work with me.
But do we?
Yes. Yes. I shall roll to convince you.
There are workarounds. Don't worry.
Does my 17 convince you that I am back?
No.
Are we still muted on the stream?
Oh, okay. I
we're
can't
not-
help you there.
Not muted. They just can't see you.
Oh, okay.
So watch your mouth.
Fuck off.
Ah, Jesus. Here we go.
Well, I should probably go and get my donut so I could at least have something to munch on then.
I've been trying this diet that is pretty hard, where I only eat once a day.
Oof, that sounds like a brutal diet.
Why are you doing that?
Because I'm like 80 pounds overweight, but my blood pressure is like as healthy as an Olympic athlete, which makes no sense. So I need to lose some weight so that can normalize. And also just because I don't feel like crap whenever I only eat once a day. Like when I eat like 2 or 3 times a day, I feel like garbage. Like I'm tired and I just like I can't sleep a lot of the times because I'll have like indigestion because I have IBS.
Yeah,
So if I just eat once, then
yeah, you should look into changing your diet and stuff. I used to have that same problem, and when I got really into my health and exercise and not drinking, quitting cigarettes, just eating healthy and all that sort of stuff, it completely fucking changed everything. And if you go down to some stuff like that, you know, eating once a day or intermittent fasting and all that sort of stuff, like you can really fuck up your hormone balance and things that'll actually compound the issues that you're trying to fix. So you got to be careful of that sometimes. Like,
well, I don't eat unhealthy. I'm not like a
Nice.
vegan or anything, but like I'm not eating burgers every day. I'm just like, you know, I'll make some onigiri one day, and maybe some broccoli with that, and then I eat a lot of like tuna and
nice.
stuff like that.
I eat Big Macs almost every other day, unfortunately, like every night. But I eat really healthy breakfasts and during the day. But the main thing is trying to avoid sugars, which I have the hardest time with.
I swip.
Yeah, I have this lovely curse that I eat whenever time I feel hungry because I'm a skinny ass bugger, but I eat like
Oh yeah.
twice my size.
Yeah, it can be better to eat more, you know, higher protein, and eating more often can actually balance out your metabolism, and it burns more calories to process, you know what I mean? Eating less, your body will actually start building and storing fat to compensate. It's kind of the opposite of what you think. But okay, is there everyone back? Let's stop talking about health and start talking about Cyberpunk.
I
I know as I
Sorry
drink
to
my
sidetrack
whiskey and
us.
smoke my cigar over here, but
Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Everyone, you're back.
Yes, I am almost done my shopping list to give to GM.
Okay, well, it's a bit late for that, but okay.
Well, I have majority of what I had written down. What I told you, PM wise, just that these
Well,
are more physical stuff.
you can see what's available, and you may be able to get it. So, yeah, everyone, welcome back to the shopping extravaganza. And we have a plan, and we're all ready to wait for the time that the message comes around and get our asses to the night markets, or the midnight markets.
All right, I'm ready to
So-
go. Let's do it.
Yeah. So it's actually 11 o'clock rolls around, and a message comes through to you all, and it is map coordinates. There is no other message attached. There's literally just a Night City map with an icon on for your destination. Get that on there for you.
all right. Well, let's all pile in the RAV4. Was it you called it an AV Panda?
Yeah, I assumed that was what you're after. And,
Yeah, it's a flying. It's in
Yeah.
RAV4 like the flying vehicle, right? Yeah, hover vehicle,
Oh yeah,
whatever. Okay. Yeah.
Rav,
So let's.
Rav4, I think, is a like a small 4x4 vehicle in this world. It's an AV4 is the
AV.
flying
That's what I
vehicle.
meant. Yeah,
the
my bad.
AV4
Okay.
is basically the trauma team vehicle.
Yeah. All right. Let's pile in there and get going. I'll give the coordinates over to Travis. So it looks like this is where we're headed.
Okay. Let me put the icon in the right place for you so you can see where you're headed to. So you may have some difficulty spotting it because it's quite a big map. But if you look right in the heart of Little Europe, you now have there's a yellow exclamation mark.
Oh, yeah, I see that there.
Wait, you said it's in Little Europe.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, can I roll that knowledge local
I mean, you can.
localization?
What do you want to know?
Because that's in my general area of knowledge. Would I know where it is exactly?
Yeah, but you've got map coordinates. You can look it up anyway. It is a small car park attached to a number of small independent shops just off a side street in Little Europe. So you guys pile into the AV, give Travis the details. And this AV is, unlike his truck, it's not heavily armored because that's adding armor to a flying vehicle is a massively different prospect to adding it to just a ground vehicle.
Mm.
But it does have the roll side doors with a light machine gun mounted in either side.
Yeah.
You are
It's handy.
politely invited to not touch them unless he says otherwise. Because if there are any damages, then they will be paid for. But you've got them there in case you need them. He picks you guys up. Let's see. You've made this a lot easier for yourself. Yep. He picks you guys up, and within the space of about 4 minutes, he has you straight across. Because you came more central and you're not clipping across the combat zone or anything, he has you straight across the city, and you're hovering over Little Europe. And you can see below you this. You can't actually get, well, as you start to get close to the actual location you were pinged, Travis warns you that he can see, and some of you guys will probably notice as well, that some of the rooftops immediately around where you're headed seem to be occupied, and he doesn't want to set down immediately there because there are armed people in a perimeter about 2 blocks away from this location. There are seriously armed people up on the rooftops.
Uh, 12 to tell him I know a place where we could totally drop off and there's no one's gonna bother us. Of 12.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do. There are plenty of places to drop off. This is more a matter of these people don't. It doesn't seem like, it doesn't read like an ambush. They're not hidden. This seems like, with their regular distance from where you're headed to, you would guess these are some of Mrs. Hahn's private security for the event.
All right.
So, yeah,
Well,
he
it's just
drops you
whatever
off-
closest
he
place
drops
we
you
can
off
get
about
to. Yeah.
3 blocks away is the closest he's comfortable going to.
All right.
And he asks whether you're wanting to wait and pick you up later, or whether you're done for now.
I'm gonna ask him just to hang out, just for another 10 minutes or so, and just make sure we don't need him again immediately once we get there. Just keep the meter running, but just give us 10 minutes just to check, just to jump in, because we could get here and have to leave again for some reason. But
yeah, you've not been far, so he's happy to do that within the scope of the 500 initial fee that you discussed.
yeah,
I'll
fine.
tell him a place where he can go to chill if he wants something to eat, which is not half bad in Little Italy. Or
Travis does not abandon his vehicles.
I'm gonna make my way for the night market.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's hustle.
Yep. Night market,
Nice,
here we go.
Yeah, nice brisk jog.
Yeah, you head over, and as you were looking down, and your attention was drawn by those rooftop armed guards, but you did also notice, for the time of day, it's quite busy in this area, and it's like there's some form of street festival ongoing. There is music, there are people dancing, people performing various, doing portraits. There are people selling small items, like souvenir type things.
All right, so I'm getting a flash in my mind of that scene in Cyberpunk where they're at the Asian market and they have the giant hologram fishes and all that kind of stuff going through, and people are just partying and there's eating and music, and I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Could be largely like that. Just sort of everything. None of this is permanent structures. So this all seems to be like street vendors with carts. And just individual people who turned up, and it's Plague. You would know this because you.
Yeah, I was just about to ask that.
The area. This isn't a thing. this is, there's no local festival or sort of religious thing that you expect around this time of year. There is no event that would explain it. It's like this has just popped up out of nowhere, almost as if, say, someone wanted to create a deliberate smokescreen for a market that's going on in the middle of all this.
My second question is, do I hear Trance's music?
Nope.
Trance is my rocker girl, basically, so that's why I was asking.
No. This is more sort of there are various types of music, but it ranges from folk music to more modern things and to classics and rock and so on. But there doesn't seem to be much that's really original. It's all either sort of traditional songs or cover versions of things.
Okay.
You never know. If you listen hard enough, you might even hear some weird covers of samurai songs if you want to.
I'm not even gonna insult Mrs. Han's music of taste.
If there's any metal bands there, I want to go buy some shirts.
Nice.
There are a few. So I'm sure you can pick up some merch on the way if you like. That's absolutely fine.
Take care of that later.
You can fight your way through the throng and soon come into, you realize that this activity continues for, it's basically a 1 block wide perimeter around the entire area. And then you come into almost a deserted zone. The streets there's no like visible barricades or anything like that, but you can see in that certain streets are just empty, and you can see shapes moving in windows, so clearly people are being watched in this area. They don't want to make anything too obvious, but this area is tightly controlled.
Sounds like that's where we're going.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm just gonna go as if I actually know this, like I'm a local. I know this place.
Yeah, you pretty much do. You may not live like right on the street, but you're familiar with the area, and you know the car park that you're headed to.
Yeah.
And you should be seeing it coming up any minute now.
Top right or top left corner.
Yeah, top left.
Okay.
So yeah, it's weirdly underwhelming as you approach, because you're expecting, you probably don't know what exactly to expect. If you've never been to a night market before, then maybe you had ideas in your head of what it would be. But at the minute, this just looks like a relatively empty car park, and each of those vehicles that are sat there has people next to it, and a series of, some of them have crates there, some have tables with various items out on them, some have like racks with clothing and so on. But maybe because you're so early, it just doesn't look like what you had in your head. And again, because Mrs. Han's security presence is very hands-off, it doesn't feel as oppressive and tightly controlled as you might expect it to.
But we don't see. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go on.
I was just saying we don't see guns. We don't see Like it's obviously something missing here, right? I mean, it doesn't look like the night market that we would expect.
Oh no, you do see there are as you come up, this just seems a lot more open than you might have expected. Rather than this being, some it might not night markets differ. Some might be just off the back of a truck. They open up a truck and everything comes off. Some might be within a building. This seems to be quite out in the open and looks very weird. But you can see that there is security. It's just at a distance. It's like she's closed down, and effectively 9 city blocks have, even if they're not completely deserted, no one is out on the streets apart from the people who are involved in this.
Yeah, everything's clogged up with throngs of people, so no one can really get in and out very easily with anything, And then coming in, you got all the guards up from, so that makes sense, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so she's doing the entire thing without having any sort of hard perimeter, which would bring attention. It's going to be like a walk in the park shopping experience.
Basically, you're hiding and playing open by hiding and playing open.
Yeah, she's just covering things with other activity. And as you walk up, you guys are pretty much the first to arrive. There is, as you approach from the east end of the street, we're not in a combat encounter, so I won't bother like putting tokens out and making you move around unless we come into combat, which is always a possibility, especially with you guys. But as you approach from the east, then from the west there is another group who presumably were either very close by or similarly to you thought that getting there quickly was of paramount importance and took a quicker method of transport. So there is a group of they're quite they look like they could be some form of gang. Streetwise checks anyone who wants to.
Sure, I will roll that.
These guys are quite heavily chromed out. Lots of all of them. There are 6, 4 male, 2 female, and all of them have different colors of illuminated neon mohawks, which seems to be a bit of a signature thing with them. So
Oh, okay. Never mind. It was
Yeah.
delayed.
Yeah. So, Lock and Plague, neither of you have heard of these guys. Like, there's not that much to. I mean, being heavily chromed out and having neon mohawks isn't much of a signature nowadays. But this gang whoever they are, seem to have a decent amount of money behind them because they presumably got air travel to get here so quickly, like you did, and there is a heavy amount of chrome on show, and some of it is like super chromed. They are big on their appearance, so lots of leather, lots of chrome, lots of neon.
Second question on that is, are they native to Little Europe? And can I technically guess of what type of chrome they're packing?
Not that you know. You do see a lot of, in fact, all of them, all 6 of them, have both arms cybered. You see lots of cyber eyes, some more natural looking than others, and some very, very obvious. You see a couple of linear frames. So some of them are heading on their way to being bogged out. They look formidable, but at this point they don't seem to be threatening anybody. they're armed, much as I presume you guys are, but none of their weapons are in hand, and they're just not sauntering, but they're walking at pace down from the opposite end, seemingly to the same market that you guys are going to.
Okay, well, I'm just going to keep walking towards the market, maybe a little quicker.
Yeah, you get there.
Yeah.
No problem. There's no interruption unless you want to start something with them. They keep giving occasional glances in your direction because you're sort of the only competition that's there at the minute, and maybe they thought they were the only geniuses that would think to fly there and get first dibs on the merchandise. But they don't seem like they're going to risk the wrath of Han by starting anything unnecessarily. So you come in, and the first stalls that you come to, there is so you approach, and where this red car is, there are stalls and crates all around it, and there is a guy. He's pretty big, maybe 6'3", 6'4", in sort of urban camo, tack vest, nothing under the vest. Got a slick back hair, heavy SMG hanging on a sling at his side, with a drum mag attached to it, and a big ass sword on his back. Does anyone have any sort of weapons tech?
I should. Oh, go ahead. If you have it, go ahead.
Well, I have
what was the roll?
You know,
what?
But we both can
actually,
roll.
I don't have any skill in it, but I mean,
you can still roll, even if you don't have specific ranks in it.
Oh, weapon tech. Okay.
There we go.
Look, you look at this guy and you see, like, you take a look at that heavy SMG and you think that thing's well maintained, and that's actually a really nice piece of kit. It's a cut above the standard that you'd find on the street, and if you can get hold of one at all. But then your eyes are drawn to what's slung across his back.
Don't do it.
You know exactly what it is.
Fuck.
You know it. You want it. You crave it. And it's hanging there across his back. That is a Kandachi Mono 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. Of course.
But it doesn't have to be a temptation, because that's not out on the stalls with all the other various armaments that are around him. That's on his back. That's his personal belongings. So, yeah, you spot that. You know exactly what that is.
All right, so I'll kind of make. I'm immediately drawn to that. That was one of the things I came here to look for. Not expecting to be able to afford it or find it. But so I'm gonna walk over to him and I'll just ask, kind of nod and say, "That's a nice piece of hardware you're carrying," and I'll kind of nod back over his shoulder.
He looks back at you, nods with regard. Yeah, boy, that's my baby, that is.
Have you seen any of those here tonight? You've been here for a little bit, haven't you?
Oh, we just opened up. You're not gonna find one of these knocking around. This is my personal piece.
Where did you happen to find that one?
Been carrying Betsy around for some 10, 12 years now. Saved my ass a few times. She might have come out of the hands of some low-life maelstrom piece of junk that didn't know what he had.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been that lucky yet. I was hoping to find one here. I don't suppose you happen to know where. I mean, is this just your booth here, or are you part of the security team, or?
Oh, forgive my manners. Samuel, this here's my stall. You can see my fine wares, finest omelets you're gonna come across in this sad little city. Yeah, and over there you've got my assistant, Shirlene. She can help you out if you happen to need any fashion advice. She's handling a store which is full of armor.
Okay.
But to him, that's clearly fashion.
Thank you, Sam. I heard you were coming into town. It's nice to finally meet you. We're kind of looking around at some things here. We're going to do some shopping. But as you know, sometimes you have particular issues arise and you need specific hardware when that time comes. I don't suppose you do other things on the side too, in case we need something. We might be able to call you up, pick some gear up.
Well, nowadays I have to say I can certainly provide certain materials. I can put you in touch with what you need, but I'm not so much on the action side of things myself. It's been a good while since Betsy has had a drink.
Well, I understand, but I mean, if we happen to be looking for some equipment, sometime after this market's done, and we need to procure some items, that's I was hoping to maybe be able to get a hold of you and have you either point us in the right direction or maybe happen to have some that we can purchase if we need.
Well, that's always a possibility. I mean, I don't tend to actually happen around these parts more than about once every couple of months. We spend most of the time on the road. Juliet Ham is a personal friend. So I come here, we do some business, and then we head back out again. Gotta keep moving, go where the trade is.
It's understandable. Okay. So I'll kind of nod and I'll take a look at what he's got for sale.
Okay. So there is quite a list. If you're, depending on what you're looking for, Sam there has, he's got SMGs in various calibers, ranging from your sort of strung together, cheap Chinese knockoffs to your top of the range actual piece of tactical kit. Much the same sort of range of pistols, heavy, very heavy. Sam doesn't seem to do things small. So you don't see light pistols. You're not seeing knives and things. Everything is bigger is better for Sam. Speaking of which, he does have on the melee weapon front, besides the very, very nice piece slung across his back, he does have various If you're looking for heavy or very heavy melee weapons, then he has those all covered. Basically, any form you can, whatever you wanted reasonably, he would probably have an example or two of.
Kadachi Mono 3.
He has one of those. It's on his back. It's called Betsy.
My only question is it black?
At the moment, it's in a scabbard.
It's a shame you can't get Black Betty.
Hijack's gonna walk up to the table and he's gonna grab he's gonna look for. Is there any regular SMGs or is there only heavy SMGs?
There's regular and heavy SMGs.
He's gonna grab one of standard quality of a regular SMG. Kind of handle it a little bit. Ask him how much for this right here.
That there, boy. Cost you 100.
Got any extended clips for this thing? Maybe a suppressor.
Oh, yes. For your accessories, you can see the lovely Charlene over there.
All right,
she
fair
will
enough,
have
fair enough.
all your needs.
All right. Yeah.
Black.
Go ahead and ring me up.
Yep. So you can grab, the standard quality SMG.
100 eddies. Cool.
You wanted a suppressor. They do have a suppressor for it. And standard magazines, you can buy as many as you want of those within reason. Yeah. If you want like 30, then that may be pushing it. But
Are there? You said there's extended mags though, just in
there are
reasonable quantity. Cool.
Yeah, extended mags and drum magazines should you want.
Extended mags.
Extended.
You bought an SMG, correct?
Yeah.
Yep, an SMG.
So that would be 40 rounds inside one extended.
Okay. Thank you.
A drum, it's 50.
Yeah, I'm going extended.
Is the drum any harder to conceal?
Normal one. Oh.
The drum
I believe it is.
From being concealable, yes.
But extended is
Yeah,
okay?
no, drums cannot be concealed, but extended, it can be. Oh, no, extended cannot be concealed.
Yeah, extended decreases the concealability, which in the case of an SMG, it's already at the top level, so that would stop it being concealable. But then the price difference is you're looking at 100 eddies for an extended mag or 500 for the drum mag. So it's good if you need that ammo capacity, but if you don't, then you can save yourself some money.
Wow.
So Black Plague's gonna go over there and check to see his guns.
Yeah, you take a look. There are the previously mentioned items. He also has. There's a very, very nice looking sports rifle. So it's an excellent quality sniper rifle. Sitting there.
Ooh, excellent sniper rifle. Does that sniper rifle have a smart link on it?
It has nothing attached to it at the moment. It's absolutely standard.
What type of sniper rifle is this? Like something classic or something modern?
Is it more like an Aristaka or
This is
Militech?
Neither. It's a Remington, but it's quite a classic sniper rifle. It's got what looks to be a genuine wood stock on it. Um, it's a very, very nice. It's an old piece, but it's well maintained. It's in excellent working order. Samuel's more than happy to sort of show you the action on it, let you feel the weight, feel the balance.
Is it bolt action?
It is, but it's a really light bolt pull.
Hmm.
So it's no sort of slower than your modern semi-autos to any significant degree.
Not bad.
What caliber?
It's only a 380, but that's enough to put a hole in most things.
Oh, right. I totally forgot. I would show him my boomstick. Do you know if you could have anything that could basically make this a little better?
You're gonna have to be a little more specific, boy. What are you asking me for? We can certainly do some things for your museum piece there. What do you need?
Well, for starters, it only takes 2 shots. I kind of wanted to put more into it.
Yeah, it's a break action shotgun. What do you want?
Is it possible to put more than just 2 ammo, or do I would have to scrap it and then fix it? I don't know how the guns work well enough to actually mess with it. So
Yeah, it's just the nature of that gun. That's 2 capacity is what it's going to have. You would have to. You would be as well making a new gun as modifying this in such. It would completely change the gun to have it have a magazine of any type.
okay, but thanks for at least enlightening me and uh, educating me more on this gun.
Well, you're always welcome. I mean, I'm sure that Charlene over there may have some nice accessories which could help you with it. I see. Oh, you got a smart link in there already.
Yeah, came in it like that.
I'm sure she can find you maybe an infrared system for it if you want to go do some night hunting.
That actually would have been helpful back when.
Yeah, I know. I still kick myself.
A few days.
I can't believe that's embarrassing as a role playing moment, man. Let's go run around the sewers without any night vision.
Out of character, to be fair, I was saving up money so I could actually get the night vision stuff now.
Yeah, you could have used your scrag. Maybe you would have. Maybe you would have been like, "Hey guys, you realize you're gonna run around in the sewers without any way to see in the dark."
I mean, you could just shoot once every few seconds. That'll work.
Oh, man.
It'll be loud.
Well,
It'll
to be fair, we had a flashlight. We thought it's like, yeah, we totally got this set up.
Chat, you let me down, just so you guys know. I was very disappointed in chat.
Hey, you can't rely on chat. That's cheating, okay? If you rely on chat all the time, you'll never make a mistake.
No. Well, apparently, yeah, they didn't help out that time, so it still does happen.
You all survived. What are you complaining about? Just about.
All right. Are you still shopping?
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of other items on the. If you want the full rundown of the weapons stall, the only things we haven't got to yet are he has a couple of dart guns. They're interesting little pieces of kit.
Ooh. Does he have any other exotics?
He also has a flamethrower. If anyone should want to carry one of those things around. And a stun baton.
Is this the only weapon stall?
For weapons, yes. And then next to him, he's got his assistant Charlene, who has the who has attachments. So various extended mags, drum mags, ammunition of various types, infrared scopes, smart links, sniper scopes.
I guess I should probably get the sniper scope, so when I get the actual legit sniper rifle with a smart link, to put that baby on.
Yeah, I'll pick up an IR scope. It's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
I would like to
a
find.
Screecher. That's what it was. I remember.
I would like to see if there are any more classic assault rifles there that they may just have like in the van or something and not unpacked.
So you approach Samuel and you ask him out anything you might have sort of in the back. He goes, well, this is my current stock, but if you have something in mind, then I'm, as it happens, going to be in the area for a little while. While I might not have anything tonight, you give me an idea. I can ask around for you.
Well,
see what we can drum up.
You see, when I was growing up and I was learning to shoot, my father taught me how to shoot with a specific type of weapon, as made by a man you might have heard of named Kalashnikov. So I'm looking for any variant of an assault rifle made by the Kalashnikov company.
Oh well, those are some mighty fine weapons. Now they're classic pieces, but as you know, being so well made, there are generally a few around on the market. If you want to drop my, in fact, speak to Charlene. She'll give you contact details, and if I come up with anything in the next couple of days, I can drop you a message, give you first refusal. How's that sound?
Sounds great. Also, if you can find it, I need a collapsible sniper rifle that I can break down and put into a backpack at some point. If y'all can find one of those as well.
Now, you would be amazed at how many of those things there are on the market. I don't have any here with me today, but there's a strangely high demand for pieces that can be snuck past security or walked down the street with.
Wouldn't it be better to put it inside a guitar case?
Well, yeah, but I don't know. In my mind, it's just easier to carry around a backpack if you're going to be on a mission. This is out of character, by the way. If you're on a mission that's like, hey, we got to go up against, like, let's say we got to take out a gang, right? If I have something in a backpack and my assault rifle out, and I have the opportunity to get up on a ledge or something and give Overwatch, that would be a lot better in my mind than having to lunk around a guitar case.
Oh, to be fair, that is the smartest idea, but how Black Plague knows of it, just go with the whole traditional, put it inside a brief or like some type of very obviously this not actually a legit instrument to carry your gun.
I feel like Black Plague's entire tactical and armament knowledge comes from B movies and nowhere else.
Well, yeah. Until he's told otherwise, it's yeah.
So yeah, he directs you over to Shirlene, who is dressed in it. She's like 5'7", 5'8", dark red hair with like gold streaks through it. Um, Naturally, of course, since they're doing the whole southern thing, then she's wearing cowboy boots and denim cut-off shorts and a cut-off Kevlar t-shirt. Um, big pistol on her hip, which I'm not going to make anyone roll for again. You would both Heil and Locke would recognize that pistol. It's iconic. It's something carried by one of the most self-centered and up himself, yet somehow idolized rocker boys in history.
These guys have all the nice toys. How come we can't? They don't have any for sale, and they carry them all around with them.
Hijack's gonna look at that gun and just whistle.
There's a big tease, these guys.
Malorian?
It
Mandalorian
is.
arms.
It's a Malorian arms.
Oh,
Where'd you get that thing at, sweetie?
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you like to know?
Kind of would.
This came from hard work.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Took me many months to track it down. I mean, it could be yours for the right price.
Well, I mean, what kind of price are we talking here?
Well, sentimental value, extreme stopping power, accuracy. Got the classic looks. Any scumbag you point this at is going to shit themselves and run. So this ain't your average Bond killer. You're looking good. 11,000.
Yeah, I'd expect nothing less than a premium price like that. I was just curious myself. I'm a fan of big pistols. But yeah, that's a nice piece, honey. You hold on to that.
Blacklight's gonna whistle at that price. Wow.
Absolutely. Bigger the better.
Couldn't have said it better myself. He's gonna, after that combo, he's gonna reach into his pack and pull out some of those drugs he lifted off that Highlander and just be like, you want anything? My treat. From one big gun fan to another.
Oh no, honey, I don't touch those things. You go ahead, but if you get funny, then old Sam there's gonna put you down.
I would hope so. And then he's just gonna back away.
Okay. So I'll give her my contact info, give her a list of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, an AK-15, AK-12, AK-105, whatever, 7.62 or 5.56 by 4.5, doesn't matter.
Yeah, they will take your shopping list and.
I will also give them one of the items I'm actually looking for is the Arisaka WSS A Sniper Systems sniper rifle.
Okay. And the features of that being?
Basically smart linked and extended mag and probably the infrared night vision scope.
Okay. They can look at sourcing that for you. I mean, they do have a sniper rifle and all of those elements there for sale today.
Oh, they have one that actually has a smart link and All that too?
She does have accessories which can be fitted, and smart links were on the list, so they can. It's a simple matter to install them on most.
Oh, okay. Then I could technically buy that classic one, and then would it be possible to install that into that one, or that would be a no?
Yeah, no, it's deliberately. Smart links come in a few different variations, but there are kits deliberately made so that nicer, older pieces like this can be kept in useful service. It's all about style over substance, baby.
That is true. Then if I can get that sniper rifle as it is, and then get the smart link and all that stuff shoved into it, I'll totally buy it.
Yeah, you can absolutely get all those, and so that's the rifle. That's 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said extended mags, so they're 100 each.
Yep, just buying one.
Yeah, Smart Link is 500. And was it a sniper scope that you wanted?
Well, the question is, the sniper rifle has a sniper scope in it originally, or does it not?
You get the scope separate.
Okay, so I'd get the info night vision scope.
So you get an infrared scope. Okay, cool. That's 500 for that.
Yep, so that's 500, 500, that's 200, and then 100, and that.
So it's
So
it
that's
comes out to
2,000.
2,000 plus 100 per extended mag if you want. So
Okay.
Go ahead and knock that off.
Yep, I give it to her. Actually, hell, I even give her 400 more.
Any more weapon shopping? Or are you ready to move on to the next offerings?
Is there any armor?
That's at another place.
Or a different stall?
It's her
Different
assistant,
stall.
right? Or his assistant, right?
No, she
Yeah.
had accessories, right?
She has accessories, but she also, there's that yellow car next to you, is also theirs.
Oh.
And they have armor over there.
My bad.
Because I did hear that you said there's armor.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and browse the armor. Specifically looking for a bodyweight suit.
Okay. So they have general sort of most styles that you can think of general armor jacks, leathers, your basic body armor types. They do have one standard bodyweight suit. They also have, if you're looking for bodyweight suits specifically, they have one which is it's actually a MaxTac official memorabilia brand bodyweight suit, which is sort of your premium level. So you know that you're paying for the branding a bit, but it does also have some advantages to it. So while it costs a bit more, it also gives you an additional program slot, which can only be used for the armor program, which comes preloaded with it.
Nice.
All right.
Cool.
I'm gonna ask how much both are.
Well, honey, your standard bodyweight suit that's going to run you 1,000 eddies. Sure, it'll look mighty fine on you. But if you want something a little nicer and impress the ladies, then might I suggest the MaxTac official bodyweight suit that comes in at 2,000, but that extra armor makes all the difference.
Can I give you some extra eddies to get rid of the branding? I don't want that shit. on my armor. But I like the suit.
I mean, I'm sure we can do a respray job for you if you're willing to have us. You're one of Mrs. Hunt's boys, aren't you? So we could drop it off in the morning for you if you wanted.
That sounds good. Honestly, if you could just kind of stealth it out, for totally legal purposes.
Sure, I'm not one to question what our customers want to do with their own personal belongings. It's all about personal responsibility.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna hand her the eddies and kind of just give her a nod.
Mighty nice doing business with you. It doesn't. She doesn't charge you any extra for the respray. You can have it look however you want.
All right, sounds good.
Try to be quick on this, guys. But before we leave, I'll head over to the guy with the Kendachi and strike up another conversation with him real quick. So I noticed you have Betty over here, and you said that she hasn't had much use over the last few years.
Oh, indeed, it's a sad thing to see a beautiful piece like Betsy going to waste. But she's a fine lady.
Well, I happen to be in the market for something like that, but I can't really particularly find anything like that here. I don't suppose you'd be willing to part with her, would you? I'd be happy to get her back into shape, and it's as you mentioned, it's such a sad thing to see a fine piece of hardware like that just kind of fall by the wayside.
You're asking a lot, boy. I mean, you do seem like a nice fella, but I'm just not sure I could be convinced to part with her. Not without reasonable encouragement, anyway.
Let me take a look at my skills here and see what I got.
Yeah, do you have haggle?
Cough, out of character. I think he wants you to bribe him.
Yeah. I mean, I have bribery, but I don't know if is haggling. Is that a skill?
Is it haggling or trading? I think.
I don't know, because I've never actually had to do haggling, so I would assume it's either bribery or trading.
I think trading would work. Haggling, I think, is the fixer specific one. So if you wanted to try conversation or something, then you could do that. Essentially, basically, he would be willing to sell, but you need to do some. You need to get him on side if you want him to sell you it at the list price rather than at a premium.
Okay, so I'll do some conversation then. I'll kind of just talk about the weapon, what he's done with it. Kind of just bringing up fond memories, and then just also lamenting over the fact that it just hasn't really been active most lately, and that it's too bad that it doesn't get the attention that it needs. And so that's only a 10. But
yeah, so you're talking around it, and he seems nice enough and personable enough, but he seems very attached to his weapon. So unless you think of something,
I can't
if you think
find
of some
where.
other way to influence him, then great. But otherwise, it's going to be a hefty price tag on that piece.
I'm trying to think what else we can do here. Is there anything that he's looking for? Like maybe, is there anything that he needs that I might be able to assist him with?
Well,
he's looking for?
now you mention it, we're only here for a couple of days. Now, we can't really go and leave our wares unattended, so I don't get much of a chance to see the finer establishments of this fine, fine city. Wouldn't happen to be able to source me a couple of nice whiskeys, would you?
I think I know just the person who can help with that. And I'll see what I can do. And I know we talked earlier about, I know you're traveling a lot, but let me get your contact information, and I'll reach back out. But I think I know somebody who might be able to help with that.
Yep, it's trading basically to actually do the whole bargaining and merchandise thing.
Where is that under? Is it intelligence or social?
It's under cool.
Oh, there's trading. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, but generally, I'll allow. If you can reasonably use another skill, I'll allow things to sort of cross over. Because
I just had to try to
be
find
more
where's
efficient than
the.
I have to be.
I had to read to see the skills to make sure.
You again, Charlene passes you, exchanges contact information with you. She seems to be the sort of secretary of the pair, and she will, if you happen to get something that meets his criteria, then he's sure a deal can be reached.
Yeah, and I'll ask her if she can just when she has a moment, if she can send me some of his favorites, just so I know what I'm looking for. Because I don't want to waste my time on. I don't want to waste. I mean, obviously, if I go through the trouble of sourcing something for her and he doesn't like it, then it's no good for me, but I'm gonna have to call.
That is a very smart move. Give me
any specific bread.
Yeah, give me a conversation roll with her.
I'm gonna use 2 points of luck on this one.
Okay.
Ugh. So that's only a was that 7 then?
Okay. She's fine with it. She gives you a list of about maybe half a dozen that he likes. She doesn't necessarily give you them in an order of preference, and you're not 100% sure that she won't mention the conversation to him later. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll dislike it. He'll think, it's a smart move.
I'm just trying to help him find what he wants. So
yeah, exactly.
All right.
So yeah, she gives you a list of about half a dozen.
Okay.
So you've got quite a bit of range to play with there.
So that finishes me up here with this guy. If anyone else has any other business at the weapons stall, an armor stall.
Well, you've heard the entire list of weapons. If anyone else was looking for armor, the only things that haven't been mentioned that they have there are there's a couple of heavy armor jacks as well. If anyone wanted those,
Unless they had some light leather armor that is actually looks similar to the heavy one that doesn't give me the penalties, then yeah, I'm good with my light.
I mean, yeah, you can get leathers if you want. That's absolutely fine.
Oh no, I don't. If I get the heavy one, I know I'm screwed for movement. But if something that's similar to it, then
yeah, there's
I'm
nothing
okay
that's
with
going
it.
to give you the protection of heavy armor jack with the, without the mobility penalties, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Okay. Then the only thing I can ask is for them to fix up my shot up armor and stabbed.
I can do all that. What are you bothering them for? We can.
Yeah, I think we've been sort of taking that as like slightly hand waved that Locke fixes up everybody's armor at the end.
Yeah.
At the end of things, and
Yeah,
you're all very grateful.
No need to spend money for that.
The only other things that they have the stalls are you're looking at a couple of ballistic shields, if anyone wanted anything like that.
Ooh, yes. After that grenade incident, yes.
Well, they have 2 of those, so if you wish to purchase them, they are 100 each.
I purchased one.
So I'm looking to get ballistic shields eventually for cyber arms, but I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that's something different, right? Because that's a cyberware thing. It's not like
No, you can absolutely take you could take it, and I mean, you would still need to get there's like a mount thing that you would need to attach it to. You could buy the shield part if you so wished in advance.
yeah, because it's like on the cyber arm, it's like you get the cyber arm and then it's built in like concealed, and then you use an action, and I guess it, or I don't know how it works, but then it just like pops out and like protects you. So I don't know if it's the same thing as one you would just hold, or it's the one that's built into the arm, because it takes up all the cyberware in your arm. So I'm assuming it's inside.
It takes up 2 slots out of the cybernetic arm.
Yeah.
So it's not just like it's built in inside somewhere or something.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. It's not the same thing as the full, because it's more expensive, I think, the piece of cyberware itself. But if you wanted to get the shield...
I apologize, 3.
To go with the mount, then you could. But if you don't want to use it on its own, then you're as well just waiting until you get the piece of cyberware.
Okay.
And the only other thing that they have there is they have a couple of radiation suits. A bit specialist, but you never know.
How much?
They are... I haven't actually listed it. Hang on 2 seconds, I will look it up. Or if you're looking at the tables anyway, then feel free to. But they're at the standard price anyway. So they're available if you want.
Yeah, that actually works because of the one medical center that's closest to the radiation zone. I could actually get legit gear from there.
I'm interested in that as well, so I'll pick one up. I don't know how much they are, but yeah.
You can. For some reason, when I've listed everything, I've missed that. So yeah, I will give you. I don't think they're massively expensive, but we can say you bought them for now, and if it turns out that they're like 1,000 each or something, I don't think they are. Then you have the option to say, "Oh, actually, scratch that. I wouldn't have purchased it at that price." Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Right. So that's the extent of Sam and Shirley's stall. Next round, you come to. There is quite a well put together blonde Caucasian woman in a smart fitted grey suit, hair tied up, dark glasses. She's quite on the tall side. She's like 5'11". No visible cyberware that you can see. But what she does have is a shitload of cyberware for sale.
Oh, good.
Is anyone interested in cyberware before I go listing off a bunch of things that you don't care about?
Oh, I definitely am, but I have a list.
I'm gonna do a cyberware appraisal, so that would be cyberware, I guess, or cybertech.
Yeah, you can use cybertech and see what she's got and what sort of, if you think any of it's dodgy or whatever.
$13.
Yeah, you take a look, and apart from there's a couple of bits that look like they may have been sort of cheaper brands, but they've obviously been repaired and maybe upgraded. There doesn't seem to be anything here that's particularly low quality. Locke,
So I'm looking for experimental stuff. Anything that catches my eye
as,
that seems like it's a little like I'm looking for, uh,
as it happens, you do notice something.
mhm.
It's on a stand like a human body form frame behind her, rather than laid out with everything in front. So it's not obvious, not obviously displayed for sale. But you notice it, and you've never seen anything like that. It's some form of there's a network of um, little. It looks like almost like a neural network. There are lots of very very fine, tough um, nets of wiring, and it's you're not quite sure what it. You think it must be something to do with the nervous system itself, um, and lots of tiny little solenoids and actuators. You couldn't really take a complete guess at what it does, but it certainly looks interesting.
I'll take a look at it, and I'm thinking with all the solenoids and stuff, I'm guessing it has something to do with movement. And so I'll kind of look at her and say, this is kind of an interesting piece of gear. I don't know if I've seen anything quite like it, but it looks like it's some kind of and muscle actuator, or you see a lot of servos here.
You get a from a very neutral and business-like expression. You actually elicit a smile from her. Ah, yes. I see you are a connoisseur. Ah, indeed. As this is something of a recent project of mine. Uh,
Really?
it is experimental is the wrong word. It is fully tested, but not commercially available. So it is quite in demand. In fact, I was thinking to maybe um, hold some form of auction for this piece in particular. Uh,
I'm going
but,
to say, so what, what would you describe its function as being?
well, it assists with the fine motor control and interprets, improves hand-eye coordination. It allows the brain signals to be interpreted more accurately by the body, uh, greatly increasing manual abilities of various types. It's quite honestly, its main purpose is for combat.
Yeah,
Not to say it could not be for many other reasons.
so I'm going to take a close look at it. I'm going to try to kind of just study it a little bit. I mean, I've been trying to develop something like this myself, and I mean, for an auction, I don't think I'm going to. I mean, this is where the cream of the crop come to do business. So I don't think I'm going to be able to compete with anybody, as far as monetary stuff goes. But I'm going to try to glean as much information from it so I can, when I try to produce one of these on my own, that I can.
Well, I will give you some free information because one, you put her in a good mood with recognizing the nature of what this thing was. Even if you didn't know the exact details, you were able to tell at a glance its basic sort of functions. So that impressed her, and you get the impression that if you were to give her a reasonable offer, that she said she was thinking of auctioning it. if you were to make an offer that she agreed with, then she might just sell it to you outright rather than having to risk waiting for an auction and being bid up on it. In
Well,
rules terms, now that she's explained it to you, what this does is it allows you to increase your dex by 2.
is this just for like the legs, or this is actually for any body part?
This is the entire body. It's a network which is installed, and it's an enhanced nerve system, but linked to specific commands. So it allows you to do things with much finer control and accuracy. The upshot of which is it increases your dex.
So this is where Black Plague would go in his medical knowledge of. Oh, okay, that's interesting. How would it work of installment? Because I do know a decent amount of cyber tech to be installed. So, what would be the good parts, side effects, and cooldown, and how to actually basically do it properly?
You probably wouldn't know how to go about installing this because it's not something. This is a new invention.
Oh yeah, he does not know. That's why he's asking all these questions. Like,
She's not going to walk you through the process, but she assures you that if you were to purchase this, then the installation would, as is standard, be included by myself, no less.
Do we have to have it installed now, or can we? I mean, I say this is a pretty interesting piece of equipment, but I have a busy schedule for the next month or two. Are you local here?
I live in the city, and if you were to arrange a later time, then that could, of course, be done.
shit. Does she have? I just remembered. Does she have an accent?
That depends how bad my accent is.
And Libri means I could at least guess what type of accent he has. All right, let's roll for it.
Would I notice
Can
any
I ask
chipware
why-
sockets?
There are no chipware sockets on this item. In her general supply,
Yeah. I mean, in
if
your
you
general
take a look at
supply.
the list, she does not appear to have any chipware sockets. She's got. So I'll run through the list while I don't know what Plague is wanting.
I was
she
trying to figure out what's her actual accent to figure out if she's what
She has-
nationality is she.
She appears to have some form of European accent, which is, it seems to be floating between French and German.
Okay.
And that's totally not just because my accent is shit.
Oh no, nothing against you.
No, that was me saying that about my accent. So the other items that she has for sale, she has a Neuralink, she has a couple of Sundiver stands, olfactory boost, subdermal grips, cyber audio suites, bug detect. The cyber audio suites. She has various options for bug detectors, internal agents, scramblers, She's got cyber eyes, various types of, and the options there are anti-dazzle, or infrared, or UV, or low light. She also has some basic cyber arms and legs, into which
Well,
she
shoulder
can
mounts.
no shoulder mounts, I'm afraid. She has the arms and legs, but not the mounts for them. The options that she has there are cyber deck, which I imagine is not that much use to anybody, since the only one who uses one has one.
Maybe for our hacker, maybe.
He's already got one.
He already has one. So,
Yeah, this one's a pretty decent plague. It's
Okay.
Ono Sendai.
she does have pop-up grenade launchers, pop-up empty range weapon mounts, so you can put what you wanted into there. Subdermal grips, again, can be included with
Pop-up.
the cyber arms.
Does she have a pop-up shield? Because I do remember that you were talking about that, Locke.
She has a pop-up ranged weapon mount, but not a pop-up ballistic shield, unfortunately. And she also has a couple of different types of feet, either talon feet or web feet.
So I'll pick up the cyber audio suite. And I'm also looking for the internal agents. A couple things. I mean, I sent you a list, and maybe we can. So I'm gonna pick up some stuff from her, and then I'll kind of work with you on the back end, because I have a list and I want to look it up at. Well, I can kind of look it up at the moment, I guess, but I will grab that cyber audio suite.
Yeah, that's cool. If you want to, if you want to do it off screen, and just take a look at the list.
But yeah, I'm more interested in that.
You can do that.
That enhancement of the body parts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm thinking maybe we can, because my plan was to pick it up and then study it, to reproduce it. And obviously I'm not having this conversation directly in front of her, but like that's my, we also, and I'll say now to you, Plague, is eventually, I wanted to hit this this cafe that the
A cafe with the AI. Yeah.
Yeah, and end up with and take all their gear, and so we have our own little lab. And so, I mean, if we end up with a bunch of equipment and maybe we can look at reconstructing something like this, or maybe even improving on the design. So maybe do you want to maybe split picking this up, and then maybe we can look at crafting a few of these for those of us who are interested into installation, because between you and me, we can probably install these.
Yeah, and I don't know if my biotech knowledge would actually help me figure this out.
Hijack would look at her and be like, "So how good are you at doing the Ripper Doc stuff? Because to be honest, I've seen some shit the past few weeks, and I'm not feeling too fucking great, and I want some more cyberware. Got some great cyberware, obviously, but I'm just not sure how good are you at putting this shit in. Can I trust you?"
My dear, I am the best, and quite frankly, you can ask the wonderful proprietor of this little bazaar here, and she will undoubtedly provide my credentials.
Right. You know what? That was probably a dumb question of me to ask. You're here. Why would you be here if you weren't the best? So let's cut the chase. How much for these low light infrared UV guys? These look pretty nice.
So you wish a pair of cyber eyes with the various low light vision options. That would come to an even 1200.
1200, you said?
Indeed.
Okay. And now, if I wanted to come back later and put some more stuff into these cyber eyes, you would be able to facilitate that, right?
Oh, well, of course. And now that we have made our acquaintance, if we do business, you will naturally be coming to our clinic to have these fitted. And if you wish to make follow-up purchases, that can be arranged.
I guess I should probably go to. Actually, what? Is it possible you have toxic binders to also be installed?
As that is not something that I have on hand, it may be something I could source in the future, but I would never want to cut out our dear Mrs. Howard.
I'm gonna go
That's
ahead and
fair.
slide her the Eddie chips for those eyes, and just be like, we can arrange the installation later. Pleasure doing business.
Indeed, here are my details to contact my secretary and make your appointment. So that's all done. Did you want to do anything regarding the Borgware prototype that she has on offer?
Yeah, so I'll say, how about what do you think about, save you the trouble of going through that? I mean, obviously there's not that many people here. I mean, I can take this off your hands right now for
And no one's
2,000.
going to really appreciate such great work like this.
Absolutely. I mean,
Unlike us, we actually like this.
Oh, my darling, everyone will like this. But give me a conversation roll. See what you can get.
I guess I'll aid you, so I'll roll to see if I actually do something decent. Fuck.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is there any benefit of who does what here? I mean, like,
Well, I think you've been leading the conversation, so there you
so that's
go.
a 28.
Okay, nice.
Plus
28.
whatever Black Plague
So
adds.
we'll call it around 30 with Plague's
Which is,
able
I think that's heroic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So she looked like she was going to just be slightly insulted with the offer, and then she seems to think for a second, and she looks around. Like, there are more people are arriving by the minute as people get there by whatever means from wherever they may have been in the city before. But she looks around, and you've seen some of the more civilized groups, and she looks at the prototype and looks back to you, remembering just how taken you were with it and how much insight you showed, and says, "I can, on this occasion, I can make a special arrangement for you. 2,000. Yes,
Hmm.
that is acceptable."
All right. So I'll hand her over the Eddies, and Plague, do you want to split that with me? As I mentioned,
Yep, I was splitting half of that.
Okay, and then we'll work on figuring out how this thing works.
Yep, cool. So that is.
I'm going to kind of smile and say pleasure. And I'm going to say I like to tinker as well, so I can see us if there's something specific that you're looking at developing, maybe we can put our heads together and come up with something. Or if you need someone to procure certain items for you, I might be able to help out. I have as you know, I have an eye for these things. So,
and I do like to recreate stuff that will be used in medical field. So that's also an interest on my field.
Indeed, it's always nice to have more refined acquaintances in the business. So I shall bear that in mind. And with that, I think that was everything that anyone wanted to look at. We've been through the list of cyberware. No more takers?
None that I could think of for cyberware.
Resounding silence. Cool.
well, not that what she has. We kind of went over everything, right? You listed everything that she has available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was everything that she had. I'm afraid, yes, there are some things that you might have wanted might be available, but not everything.
Okay.
That's the way the dice go.
Yep, worst case scenario, I could always ask her to reinstall the toxic binders from the gangers that we stole.
You might be able to do that, though. I don't know how that works, but
So
It's a little harder to do it on yourself of operating.
So next round, the next stall round is run by a very, very striking individual who is approximately 7 foot tall. Seems to be looks entirely synthetic. They are their skin and features look like it's cream colored, like porcelain. That sort of lacquered, really delicate and strong at the same time appearance of material. It's very, very, it's unique.
Wait, that's their skin color?
Yep. And they're at various joint points. Then there are edgings and details. Are all picked out in gold, which really stands out against this sort of cream, deep glazed appearance.
I like their style that I will totally change the skin color of mine to match it.
I'm gonna walk away from
Yeah.
Well, it's a hurt, but okay.
I'll follow suit.
I'll hang out.
Well, I have the chemical skin, so that's why it's like, oh my goodness, that's epic. I like that skin color.
Okay. So yeah, and at this stall there seems to be a variety of this proprietor is standing over a variety of various clothing, fashion wear, but also sort of your cybernetic fashion wear as well. So has a few things laid out. Biomonitors. There are packages for ChemSkin, as Plague just used. She offers it's essentially like a portable beauty parlor. She's got EMP threading available, light tattoos, shift tacks if you're interested in changing your eye color. Many different styles of tech hair. Lots of generic. If you want clothing, then anything of the sort of. She's got the generic chic, leisure wear, or the nomad leathers styles. Anything from those selections, she will have on offer, and that's what you can see at first glance.
So some of this stuff we can get out of. So I'll kind of peruse quickly, but I'm kind of thinking to myself of some of the stuff we can get at like the mega malls and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. Yeah,
So what
some good-
is there anything in particular that catches our eye? Like, that she's coming to a night market, to a midnight market. She's got to have something that I can't just buy off a vending machine.
Mhm. Well, you notice that a lot of these items, some of them are fashion, but some of them seem to be in specific styles. And you soon realize that this is, as well as just being fashion, she's got ranges which are geared towards the maybe if someone wanted to gain access to a specific place and that place had employees with a uniform of one sort or another, she seems to have a lot of garments which fall into generic sort of, overalls or the sort of, delivery outfits. Lots of different things which seem to be generic working clothes, but then can alter themselves to fit specific branding or to display logos where they should be. Um, it's essentially um, automated disguise kits.
That picks up
So
Blackleg's eye right there.
Yeah, like that.
does she have any coveralls that have like detachable nameplates with like Velcro or something similar?
It's not even that. There are coveralls with various panels which can be attached to them, but that the panels themselves, the fibers are actually like mimetic fibers, so they move and then alter their color so that they look like an actual hand stitched sort of logo, the type of thing which is you might get made in bulk for company uniforms, but which normally it would be a pain in the ass to replicate if you were trying to break into somewhere. These things can just be programmed on a laptop or agent to do it within seconds.
Cool.
Liking that. How
Yup.
much are those? How much are those uniforms?
We have the basic types, the coveralls. We are selling for 200.
I'll take a set.
Yeah, I'll take one too. I think everybody needs one of these. I'll
Yep.
just kind of mention over.
I mean, these are specific styles, like coveralls for one style, like street clothes for the other style, or like what?
Yeah.
Which
So
disguises are?
essentially, it breaks down into there are three sorts of standard ones that she has. So there are coveralls, so it looks like it would cover anything sort of mechanical maintenance, those type of clothes. And the clothes can alter their styles to within limits. Like there's a finite amount of materials to the clothes, so they can straps can broaden or narrow or whatever, but it can only shift so much. So there are coveralls. Then there's what seem to be basic like pants, shirt, and jacket, which is maybe good for serving staff or people working in an office or something like that. And then she's got some sort of heavy duty sort of outdoors gear. So you're talking like the cargo pants, belts, sort of heavy fabric jacket, the sort of thing that maybe an unscrupulous person could switch to look like possibly a police officer's uniform at a distance if you didn't look too closely at it.
Oh, I'm definitely buying that first one. But
So like a police / military / mercenary kind of disguise.
Yeah, sort of general. It looks like your sort of generic operator chic type thing, but
So you
then
can
it can
put that on and
alter
then put,
clothing and I mean, there's no hat if you wanted a hat, but police don't generally wear them a lot anyway.
but you could put that on and then put body armor over it and look like a corpo or whatever you wanted to. I mean,
Oh yeah, if you
Yeah.
wanted to emulate a certain corpse troops, or if you wanted to get away with get away with walking through a police station without drawing too much attention, as long as no one gets too close to you, yeah, you could do that.
my only second question is for the one that you said that was the normal casual wise servant one. Would that work as a corp business person or no?
Yeah, it could. The one that's it's more for sort of serving staff or like low level business type wear. So it looks like a suit and tie, but the jacket could be anything from a dinner jacket to a business suit jacket, and the tie can be amended to various different shapes and styles. And again,
Okay, I'm
lot-
buying those two. That one, the normal one, and the heavy duty one.
What was the one you just described? I apologize.
servants
so
want it.
it's a suit essentially.
Like a nice.
So yeah, it's a if you're on like executive floors of a building, it would draw attention because it's not going to mimic a high fashion suit. But if you want to look like a corp drone or look like a waiter or something like that, then it can do the job fairly well.
And these are all 200.
Yep, 200 per style.
I bought all of them.
600 if you wanted all of them.
I think that would be a good investment for everyone, personally.
I think so too.
Hijack's not over there, so he's not buying, and he probably won't buy.
I think we're all kind of moving together though at this point. I mean, we're going to the booth.
He walked off a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't want to go.
But the proprietor, who doesn't seem to, she's not said much except when you directly addressed her. She doesn't seem to have taken offense, as far as you can tell.
Of the whole skin change?
Yeah, you whiting up.
He probably
Okay.
wasn't even looking interested in the clothing store. He's like, I don't need anything over there.
Yeah, that's fine. Not everybody has to get it. These things are just here as options for people to purchase.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just hit the radio and just say, hey, like, these are some items that may prove useful for infiltration that we all should probably pick up for what we need in the future. I'll just say,
I'll roll human perception to see if I actually kind of offended her by looking exactly like her.
Roll it.
I mean, Locke, if you want to spend your hard-earned eddies on buying me some lovely clothes, that's your prerogative, buddy. But
it's gonna help you make more money, man.
If I'm getting seen, I'm not doing my job right.
When have you not been seen doing your job?
Well,
Yeah.
the problem is,
Got you.
He got you there.
problem is I haven't been doing my job right.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you can throw on some coveralls and work as a technician, which gets you close to the access point, without being noticed because you happen to look like some kind of repair guy for this corp or whatever it is that we're doing. I mean, it might be handy.
I mean, you got a valid point. Like I said, if you wanna buy me a nice suit, go ahead.
You
Well,
get
I don't
a-
need some new clothes right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy some for myself, and I guess we can always, move them
So
around if
with
we
the
need to. But
15, do I notice that I offended her in a way?
Plague, you cannot read a thing from that face. You're just you think you're a pretty good judge of character, but she is so composed, it's ridiculous. You can't you get the feeling that you could like drop a brick on her foot and get no reaction whatsoever. But as Locke, you're having this conversation, whether it's over radio or whether you're shouting across the car park, I don't know, to hijack, then you get a polite and delicate single finger tap on your shoulder. As you look around, it's the stall proprietor, and she says, "I couldn't help but notice that your little dispute with your associate. I don't take offence that somebody doesn't see the artistry and the brilliance in what I do. If your friends should change their mind, then here's my business card." And she makes a click motion, and a digital business card sort of pings over to your agent.
okay, definitely appreciate it. Thank you. So this is some pretty advanced some stuff here. I like this. Is there any way you might be able to build this into a body weight suit to perhaps take a certain form? Maybe pick one of these styles that we could incorporate. Do you do any kind of custom work?
That seems certainly doable. I would be more than happy to lend my skilled hand to such an interesting endeavour. Obviously, such things need to be paid for. But you seem to be people of means. I'm sure it would be most reasonable, as you see my prices are.
Okay, I'll say I'll nod and say thank you very much. I appreciate that. Maybe we'll probably end up giving you a call at some point, I would imagine. Is this all you typically work in? Is mostly fashion wear? I mean, there may be a time where I need a nice suit or something to blend
That's
in
what I
a
was
little
going to
easier.
ask.
Oh, indeed, fashion of all types is my raison d'être. In fact, if you care to examine the card I've sent over to your agent, then you'll find for a modest fee, you could join my rather elite circle of fashionistas, shall we say, and that has numerous benefits, not least of which being my impeccable guidance in all matters of taste and decency.
Is that a club you join? Is there a fee for that, or what's?
Oh, but a small one. So it's essentially, I will. We're running a bit long, so I will, rather than run you around the houses with what's meant to be a very irritating and airy and indirect character, I'll just tell you what she's offering is membership to. She has a club called Midnight City, and for 150 eddies, it gives you a +2 to any wardrobe and style roles as long as you're within Night City. It's essentially a subscription service where she keeps you up to date on what to wear and how to wear it.
Oh, well, wait, is that for just Locke or any one of us could actually have that.
I'll
She
mention
will-
it to everybody. I mean, it's not.
she will accept whoever wishes to from your group. Obviously, don't go spreading it around, but yes, and any of you will be most welcome within my little circle.
Okay.
I think Hijack would reach out to Locke and be like, "Did you even ask her to cut you guys a deal for buying in bulk?"
It's a good point.
Well, if you were here, you could have brought that up.
But he's got a
Yep.
radio. So if we end up, if I get a few suits myself, and my friend here gets a few suits, and my other friend here gets a few suits, do you guys do anything for bulk discounts? I mean,
Darling, fashion in bulk, really. These are handmade creations, not buying pretzels.
yeah, that's worth a try.
I have absolutely no idea why she chose pretzels as an example.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because pretzels are salty. They're
Pretzels
not
are-
supposed to be
I
great.
think the GM's probably just hungry, actually.
I know I am. I got 3 more hours till I can eat.
Oh man.
Ready,
But-
boy.
Yeah, you can roll for it if you want. I'll tell you straight up, her prices are fairly fixed and rock bottom for what they are already. So
I mean-
unless you get another roll like you did last time, then they're going to stay as they are.
You know what? Let's
Yeah.
see. Roll wardrobe
I'm
and
good.
style just to see how much of impressiveness. 18.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's still not getting you a discount, I'm afraid.
Oh no, I'm not expecting a discount. I just want to know of how good of where that is.
Okay, so that's the last stall as for the physical goods. There is over in the, if you see the corner over here, sort of tucked away behind those dumpsters, there is a little. It's an actual, honest to goodness, canvas tent. It's hidden away back there. That's the only thing that you haven't seen yet.
I'll
This must
definitely.
be where the fortune teller is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make our way over that way.
Sounds good.
Anybody
I'm
want
gonna-
to- Go on.
I have some information I probably want to try to find.
I'm gonna make myself personally groomed good for this.
Got you a switchblade comb.
He pulls out his switchblade comb, and then Hijack pulls out his actual switchblade. And he's just like, "Ah, mine doesn't do that."
And I totally changed my tech hair to at least purple.
Did that last encounter entirely serve to just remind you that you have wardrobe and style and grooming roles?
Well, he is basically getting some more to his style, so yeah. Style over substance.
So I'm going to say, since you two were a bit engaged in the conversation over there, I'm going to say Hyle, you probably get, if you want to, you can be first to encounter the fortune teller's tent.
Yeah, I like that.
So you walk in, I presume. It's just a flat
Yeah,
thing you can push it.
I'll see it and walk in. I heard the others talking about, or saw the looks on their faces when they saw that name. I don't know if they shared that information with me, but I kind of figure it's a information broker, and I just happen to need information.
Oh, I would have informed you that she's an information broker.
Okay, well then I'll go into the tent.
You open the tent, and it's this place is so much of a stereotype. It's ridiculous. It's massively acting up to the role. So there's a woman in her maybe 60s, possibly pushing 70. She's hunched over, sat at a table with a rather ornately detailed cloth on it. There are various other little sort of hangings around the tent, little sort of embroidery things with various not very informative or original scenes on them, cats and things, flowers. But she's sat there, and if she was any more made up to be the old gypsy woman, she'd be like in a pantomime or something. It's honestly a bit overdone, if anything.
So your stereotypical babushka fortune teller.
Yeah,
he did give you heads up warning of that.
I mean, yeah, but like, you know, it's like old grandma fortune teller.
Yeah, she is. She's like something out of a bad film.
Okay.
And as you walk in, she doesn't look up from the. She is peering into a crystal ball.
Oh Lord.
And just she looks into it, doesn't look up at you, and says, "Ah, young man, you have come seeking Madame Rosalie's knowledge of the future. Yes?"
I'll get closer. All right. If you'd like to drop the act, I'd appreciate it.
Of course, whatever you wish. Just cross my palm with eddies, and your knowledge shall be given.
Okay. I'm going to give her 2,000 eddies. I'm going to give her my contact information, and I'm going to list off everything I'm looking for. I need corpo authority structures, government authority structures, police government structures, any major information on any major gangs, basically anything that she can get that would lead me to my end goal of finding I'll just reveal it. You guys don't know this in character. Finding a weak point on Night City to completely destroy it.
So you wish the knowledge of that which would bring doom, the dark fate. Very well. I can provide such things. Let me look into the future. And she's not dropping the act. No matter what you said, she is staring into the ball and making motions above it. And you see the things start to sort of react, and colours swirl around in it, and you guess it's some sort of basic hologram screen. It's a little prism, and this is clearly all bullshit. But she's not dropping it for anything.
Okay.
I can bring you what you seek. All shall be revealed in time. Within 3 nights, you will have what you wish for.
Okay. And I'll also tell her if any others like me come to you looking for the same information, tell them this. The soil is red, but our water will be blue.
This I shall do.
All right,
She motions you to move out of the tent.
I'll leave.
Farewell, young man.
Wait, what did she say?
Nothing important. She said goodbye.
Okay.
Who's next? And are they going to be less apocalyptic?
You guys don't know nothing.
Better question is, did you turn off your headset? Because that's also a thing.
Yes,
Wow.
of course I did.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, we didn't hear jack shit.
I'm not going to talk about my character's backstory and mission in front of you guys. That would be extremely dumb.
As Hyal's coming out, Hijack would just be like, "What was that like?"
I don't know, kind of weird. She's kind of hokey, to be honest. A bunch of bullshit about fate, you know.
I ain't gonna bother then. Got any smokes?
I actually don't, but you were correct. She is an information broker.
Yeah, I know that.
But no matter what you do, she will not stop talking like a fortune teller. So,
Yeah, I know that.
did you already go in there?
No, I've never gone into her. I know that because my friend who's gone through that shit has told me about it.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, if y'all need any information, I suggest you go in there. She seems trustworthy.
You want to go in there before me, Locke?
Yeah, I mean, I'll head in. And I'll well, I mean, I think Hijack has been kind of milling around. I'm kind of look over at Hijack. You say, you getting in on this, or?
Nah, this lady's clearly a hack. I don't need any superstition.
Honestly, yeah, but I mean, Miss Holland wouldn't have her here for, if she was wasting everybody's time. I would think so. However she happens to phrase it or put it in, there must be some reason. With all the people that she's flown in from or had traveled from all over to attend this market, there must be a reason that she's here.
He'll just smile at Locke and be like, "All right, go get your fortune read then."
I was kind of shrugging, and I'll head into the tent, and I'll kind of look around and kind of nod my head a little bit and say, nod my head to her and say, "Ma'am."
Ah, young man, cross my palm with eddies and let your future be known.
Okay. I didn't even know where to start. I mean, I'll give her 100 eddies because I think that's pretty generous, personally. And look around and say, "This is a nice little setup you have here." Say, do I put my hand on the crystal ball, or do I? And I'll kind of. Do you have any tarot cards, or?
I can see the future in many ways. What is it you see?
I mean, I'd say there's been a lot of AI activity in Night City recently. We've got a couple leads on a couple locations, but it seems like that it's, with the Soul Killer having recent activity, it seems like it's been kicking up a lot. And I mean, have you heard anything about that? About the uptick in AI currently in Night City?
Hmm. Madame Rosalie knows all things. Let me gaze and see. She waves her hands over the crystal ball, and you see the same colors swirling and glitter and all the other bullshits.
Okay. I'll just kind of smile. I mean, I'm along for the ride. I mean, this is fine.
The future is cloudy. You see maybe actual sort of consternation crossing her forehead, as if she's really struggling with something. Like this is, there's a hint that like that's real, as opposed to her hand up acting. Like her acting isn't good enough for that little frustration uh, to be not genuine. I feel that the future would become clear if only my purse were a little heavier.
How much heavier?
Oh, no more than you already gifted me.
Okay, so I'll give her another 100.
You are most generous, young man. And she goes back to looking at the ball and waving her hands. Ah. So, intelligence is not of mortal form. Yes. One name keeps passing through the ether. Universal corporate products. Look there, and you shall find what you seek. In fact, there may be allies who already have this information, but their names are shrouded.
Okay.
Groups of fingers again.
Okay, I'll give her another 100 and say what names are you thinking of? Can you see them any clearer now?
How sweet you are to an old lady. There is one. He is a troublemaker, and he is already on the path which you seek. John Bordeaux. Find him and find your answers.
Okay, and I'll say I have one more question for you, and I'm gonna say, have you met our friend Sammy, the weapons dealer? It's his name, right? Sammy? Is that?
Indeed, Mr. Street.
He has a taste for whiskey. Do you happen to know what his favorite is? And I'll hand her another 100 Eddies.
He really wants that gun.
Yeah.
He really wants that sword.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a sword? My bad.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, it's the laser sword.
Oh, the mono, whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not a gun.
This does not require the wisdom of the universe. But if you were to visit an establishment and procure the less refined beverages that he prefers, then absolutely. So don't think to waste your money on vintages. There is a Rolling Rock Black Label. and that will more than suffice for Mr. Street.
Okay.
And now that you think about it, you'd sort of written that off. That was one of the 6 that you got written down by Shirlene, but you'd sort of written that off as you assumed that must be maybe his everyday drinking thing. It's not something that you just, you know, it's not necessarily sold in every bar, but you don't have to go to a specialist place like any half decent spirit seller is going to have that in stock. And you're talking like 10-year-old whiskey. It's it's nothing special. It just must be his actual preference.
Okay. Okay. I think that okay, I'll nod and say thank you, and I'll give her another 100 eddies, and I'll just say, is there anything that you feel the universe speaking to you that I might, any knowledge, any that you could assist me with in the future? So I'm up to 500 at this point.
She gazes back into the crystal ball. When you look for universal corporate products, be careful. They have noted you, but are not aware of your activities. So the universe tells me. She snaps back into, like, oh shit, I got a bit non-mystic there.
Yeah. I'll say this information is very valuable. I don't suppose you do house calls?
I do not do private readings within a domicile. However, you can visit my emporium at any time. And she hands you an honest to God printed like business card, which has an address on it, and it's it is not actually too far from here. It's in Little Europe, but it's like basically at the corner of an alleyway. It's a little shop from there.
Okay. And I'll nod my thanks and head out the tent.
Be well. Next.
All right, so Black Plague goes in.
Hello,
And he's
lady. What can I do for you?
he's first gonna turn off the radio and so forth, so no one could hear. It's like, "Hello, my mademoiselle," as he's speaking in British, because he is from Little Europe, so British would probably be the common language,
British
right?
language.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a language, but learn something new every day, I suppose. Maybe Panda can help you out with that.
Yeah, it's amazing how I managed to be multilingual. So yeah, you're speaking in British. Be interesting to hear.
Is she thrown off her game in a little bit?
I am.
No. What do you think she was expecting you to sound like?
Yeah, to be fair. She wasn't expecting me to speak Chinese, so that's at least good.
You could have done. She wouldn't have minded. Okay. What would you like to ask her?
Yeah, I'm gonna sit down and pull out the lock, take the locket out, place it on the table, and pop it open. It's the picture of his girlfriend. I want to know what happened to her, and also to figure out where they took her. He's gonna slide down 500 at least first.
I see. She peers at the picture. Give me a perception check.
A perception?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Although it looks natural, the way that she moves when she's looking at it and the way that she holds it very still, that looks remarkably like someone would do if, say, they had cyber eyes and were using an internal camera to take a picture of something and then load it up into image recognition software.
Okay.
I mean, you can't prove anything. It's just that's how that would look. You think?
I could possibly guess it, but I'm not going to, because I know she's an information broker. It's best I don't try to figure her out.
Again, waving of the hands. She has been gone for some time.
Yeah, at least now would probably be 4 years.
And I see she disappeared, not violently taken.
Let's say it wasn't a good thing that I am part of the job.
She still lives. Not here. And you notice at this point she's still staring into the bowl, but has her hand has now come down onto the table and is open with the fingers wiggling ever so slightly.
Ugh.
Did she say not here?
She's not here. I think it's
Not here.
Okay, so where is she? I give another 500.
There we go. Miss Clear. I sense she's not overseas. She lives under another name. She is a different person. Are you sure you wish to know this friend?
I would like to know if she is still alive or not.
She lives. But what is known cannot be unknown.
She living in good way or living in a bad way?
The universe does not divide good from bad. It merely is.
Yeah, I know the university is very fond of screwing people over. I'm one of the living proof.
Very well, it seems you are set on this path.
The
It
path
can be
of
a
finding and destroying people who made this? Yeah, I'm always on that lovely path. But I want to know, who are they? I put in another 500.
It will be a long journey. You must go south, far south. And then your agent pings, and
Okay.
you have map coordinates for a small town in Mexico.
Okay, I see this small town in Mexico. Is this where it is, or is this where I need to go?
This is where your former partner resides. The universe provides the answers. I do not guarantee you a life.
Well, the career I'm in, I don't like half the shit I do, but I still do it.
And is there anything else the universe can answer for you today?
No, that's the best I can get from the universe. Unless it's willing to throw me a bone of, hey, here's some more $1,000,000, then I'm gold.
Very well.
Is it possible I could talk to you another time that's not here?
Ping on your agent scan, and you have the address. Yet not that far from here, at the corner of an alleyway within Little Europe.
Oh, should I pick up something to give to you as well as a housewarming gift?
Housewarming. My child
Oh.
hasn't been here since the mountains were young, and I will be here until they crumble to dust.
Yeah, but it's still traditions. At least whenever you bring in somebody new, you give the person who owns the house a gift. I used to live around here, so I kinda remember most of the streets.
Fine, coffee, go away.
Okay, laters. He'll go back out.
So once trauma comes out of the tent, I'll kind of look over at Hijack, and I'll mention that she seems to have some kind of information. I'm not really sure where she's pulling it from, but it seems to be some kind of technological kind of thing. I don't really understand it. But maybe he can get a look at it, and I'll give him 200 eddies, and Hijack, I'll ask you if you can go in and ask about the cafe, where we learned that the AI was being held, or the AI was being developed on, and see if you can find out any information about
Oh, you
that.
mean that old bar?
Yeah, that old cafe bar place. Because I'm looking at some point I'd like to do a hit on that and kind of get that stuff out, but I don't really understand any of the security or any of that kind of stuff, and maybe she might be able to help us out with that. She seems to be in your line of work. Maybe I don't really understand it, but maybe this will help you find out some information. Do you mind asking? And maybe you'll understand more what she talks about than I will.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
if you want to knock over a Netrunner bar, I'm more than willing to do that. There's always good shit for me when other Netrunners
Yeah,
are involved. So I don't mind. I'll go in and talk to this lady.
Oh,
okay.
when you go in there,
Yeah.
ask her how she likes her coffee.
I'm not doing that. And he's just gonna walk in.
Ah, he's no fun.
Another young man, and sense connected
So,
to those who
as soon
came
as he walks
before.
in, can he scan and see any access points?
Absolutely, give me a roll. Yeah, that crystal ball's totally in access now.
All right, he's gonna sit down in front of her. I'm assuming it's a seated kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna sit down and he's gonna be like, "How are you doing? Listen, I've got some very specific questions, and I know you got some answers. So here's 100 eddies to get us started.
Very well.
What can you tell
What?
me about It's a Netrunner bar. I'm gonna need some information on it. And the name is slipping me. I want to say it was something with a fish involved.
It was simply called the Fish Bar.
That's right. Yeah. The fish bar. What can you tell me about it?
She waves her hands, looks in, and since you have an idea what she's at, you have an inkling that you think this crystal ball might not be entirely for show. You think it's some form of like coded interface that she's looking at a deck or a computer system of some type, and that she's using this. It is a custom interface, and it is actually giving her information. She waves her hands over it. Hmm. Ah, the place owned by those your friend seeks. What would you know about it?
What kind of operation do they got going on there? What kind of, say somebody were wanting to access this place, what kind of resistance would they expect to find?
Taps her knuckles on the table, motions with her hand.
I'm not following. You haven't told me anything yet.
Oh, but I have. The universe tells it is up to you to listen.
Right. Here's another 100 eddies. And as he's sliding, he's gonna like lean over the crystal ball and just be like, "That's nice. Is this a custom deck job here you got going on?"
A practitioner does not reveal their secrets.
But of
Gaze
course.
for you. Hmm. It seems that your friend is in luck. Of that which must remain hidden cannot be hidden behind towering walls and armies. There is little in your way. Subtlety is the surest way through.
So don't make a big fucking scene when trying to sneak into the place. Got it. I can't believe I didn't think of that.
How else may I help you, child?
He's just gonna roll his eyes behind his goggles and just stand up and be like, "There's not much I need."
Ah, people always believe they need nothing from the universe until they realize what they lack. I'm sure I will see you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. And he's just gonna head on out. As he walks up to the rest of the gang, he's gonna be like, "So she wasn't really telling us much more than what we probably could have figured out on our own. There's not much resistance physically to be expected. Um, blending in will probably be our best option. I will say though, there is whatever she's using, whatever setup she's got, there's an access point, and somebody can distract her. There may be a way I can try and snake my interface plugs from outside the tent, try to crack in and see if we can't get a clearer picture at what's going on here."
Wow, that's a. I mean, access to what she actually knows without all the bullshit is pretty tempting. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, it's a shame that you didn't tell me this beforehand. Otherwise, help. I would
I
have
mean,
been the perfect distraction. But
you could always go back in there and talk to her.
And Jack,
nah, one talk with her is good enough. My pockets are gonna get very empty if I go in a second time.
and Hijack, you suddenly get a notification, a message on your agent.
I'm gonna go ahead and read it.
It simply says, "Beware the white dragon."
The white drake or what was that?
The white dragon.
The white dragon. Would I be familiar with this name?
Give me a streetwise check.
I'm gonna go ahead and put the rest of my points of luck, which is 6 points, into this. So 18.
White dragon. That sounds
Nice.
familiar. Like you're not the most streetwise of people, but that's definitely you don't have a name to put to it, but there's definitely someone who goes by that name, and it's not Yakuza, it's not Triad, it's one of the Asian gangs, but it's like an independent gang, and you remember that their leader he very spectacularly has a single dragon covering his entire torso and arms, and that's really weird because you don't have much to do with those guys. So why would she be telling you this? And then your thinking is suddenly interrupted by the sound of automatic gunfire, maybe a block or two away. Large amounts of automatic gunfire.
Oh boy.
And then an explosion. And then that's where we will end for tonight.
Well, shit.
Oh shit.
Wait, is Travis gone? I forgot about that.
I will presume that it's up to you whether you decided to. You've been here for some time, so it's up to you whether you decided to keep Travis around or to let him go and save yourself the extra money. But you can make that decision in between.
I would. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so I hope you guys had a reasonable time. I tried to, although we were overdue to have a shopping trip, I hope I made it not just a dull shop to the mall and give you a list of what you want. And hope that we still have some people watching, so hopefully you guys enjoyed it as well. Thank you very much for watching our silly game. And as I say, there is much more than this going on the Cyberpunk Uncensored channel, on all your various social medias. We have multiple games running on here on Twitch, and then they go on YouTube, so you can catch up on everything when you've got time. And there's the Discord you can join. We have some fantastic sponsors, including Frag Maps, who made the brilliant little cyberpunk-styled car park that I used as the setting for this. It wasn't originally going to be a car park, and then I saw this map pop up, and I thought, yeah, I'm so having that. So yeah, that's really cool. Check them out. And Lion Banner Games, you all do some excellent maps that I may be using some of in the future, but will not show you now because I don't want to show my players. So yeah, thank you for watching. I'm, as I mentioned before, Reservoir Panda, aka Matt, and I do this and a couple of other games that I'm getting ready to start streaming on here or on my own channel. And I have an awesome time as part of the Cyberpunk RED community, largely thanks to Rob and his 97 hours a day of work. So thank you for that. And we'll go around and do our close-up. Locke, what else do you do?
So on Burroughs Forge, I stream 3 days a week. Saturdays at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard, or 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do blacksmithing, beekeeping, falconry, and mead brewing, all on Twitch, where I like to share my hobbies. And I also enjoy the cigar and a whiskey on occasion. Look forward to seeing you guys there. And very happy to be part of the team here at Cyberpunk Uncensored, playing some Cyberpunk. So thank you. If you guys didn't notice, I got a little bit of flack for talking about dragons. I guess it's a Shadowrun thing. Apparently, I'm on the naughty list now. But
okay. So it's a good thing I didn't use it yet.
No, I was gonna say, don't even stress about it. Locke will be killed off by next session, and we'll just keep moving forward. It's all good.
Yeah.
And then he'll bring back a character who's an actual troll. So,
oh god.
There you go. Yeah.
You guys joke, but in my Cyberpunk game, they're about, well, none of them are watching, and they probably won't watch this. They're about to encounter an enemy that is actively trying to open a portal to another dimension, which is the D&D world. So, Cyberpunk Shadowrun right there. Just saying.
That's fascinating.
And on
we all know that everyone from D&D would totally die in Cyberpunk.
Oh, you're gonna start some shit now.
I think
Hey,
they're about.
I enjoy both of them.
I think for the sake of argument, they are about equal.
Okay, I'm gonna chime in here and say we'll do a separate session where we'll debate this shit. Let's keep moving forward with GM Reservoir Panda's shoutouts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Next, Plague, since you just spoke, who are you? Tell us.
I am Trauma Medic, aka Nerd, aka won't bring up other games of uniqueness.
Okay.
And that's basically it.
Hijack.
Hey guys, I'm Jedi of the Gray. I'm playing Hijack. I'm a new player to Cyberpunk, but I'm enjoying the hell out of it and enjoying being a part of the Cyberpunk Uncensored community. You guys should really think about joining if you aren't already a member. It's pretty badass.
Cool. Thank you. And last but not least, Hyle.
All right, I'm Scrag. I'm a software engineer, currently trying to be self-employed. Other than that, I DM Cyberpunk games, 5e games. I've been addicted to a new game called Wild Terra 2. So if you play that on NA West server, I am also Scrag. And don't step up, because I'll kill you.
Cool. So yeah, that is us. As I say, we do.
We noted.
Yeah, we do our game
In the game, not in real life. I need to clarify. My bad.
No,
I know what
actual-
you meant.
Got it. So yeah, we do our game every Sunday, and hopefully we get better each time. We have a lot of fun playing. We hope you do watching as well. And as I said, check out the Cyberpunk Uncensored Discord and everything else, and take a look at the awesome sponsors that they have, because they do some fantastic things. Occasionally there are some streams with some people you might have seen in other places as well. We have Rob's ongoing one shot, which has one of the Pondsmith family in it as well, which is a nice little. She's a nice little combat drugged up pixie, really just thank you very much for watching, and see you all next time.
See you later,
Bye,
guys. Take
guys.
care.